raises serious questions on the performance of women colonels who were recently cleared for the post following a ruling by the Supreme Court. The assessment, written by a Corps Commander of the Indian Army, is directed to the Eastern Army Commander and calls for greater training of women officers who display a range of traits the General believes needs to be corrected. This is the Army General's critical review, and if you're just tuning in, an assessment of the role of women officers in the Indian Army raises serious questions on the performance of women colonels who were recently cleared for the post. This is following a ruling by the Supreme Court. Now, this assessment, written by a Corps Commander of the Indian Army, is directed to the Eastern Army Commander and calls for greater training of women officers who display a range of traits the General believes needs to be corrected. In fact, sources have explained to NDTV the context in which this review was also conducted. Vishnu Shom has been tracking the latest developments for us. He's going to be joining us in just a few moments from now. But I must inform you that the top Army General, as far as women officers are concerned, has said in his critical review, there's a lack of tact and understanding their mundane ego issues. In fact, they're committed to induction of women officers, is what defense sources have said on the Army General's assessment. An assessment of the role of women officers in the Indian Army raises serious questions on the performance of women colonels who were recently cleared for the post following a ruling by the Supreme Court. And this assessment, as I just mentioned, written by a Corps Commander of the Indian Army, is directed to the Eastern Army Commander and calls for greater training of women officers who display a range of traits the General believes needs to be corrected. Vishnu Shom is with us at the moment. Vishnu, what details can you clarify at the moment?
Well, this is a very hard-hitting assessment of the role of 8 Indian women officers of the rank of colonel in a very important corps of the Indian Army. Remember, it was after a Supreme Court order that women were allowed in command positions in a number of areas of the Army. This general, the Lieutenant General in question in this letter to the Eastern Army Commander, says that many of the women in his under his command, there were 8 women, show, and I quote, have serious concerns regarding interpersonal relations. There is a lack of tact and understanding, an exaggerated tendency to complain, mundane ego issues which spiral out of control, a my way or the highway kind of approach to decision making, a serious misplaced sense of entitlement and an overgrown ego, a lack of empathy, the overambition in certain women commanding officers, an uncontrolled urge to make derogatory statements, that they are not trained to be commanders, and they are seeking immediate gratification for minor achievements. Now, all of this is important because it does come from a very senior officer, somebody with a sterling reputation. I should mention that this just is about a small group of Indian Army officers, and there is no suggestion over here that women should not be in command roles in the Army, but these are his observations of these 8 women under his command.
Right, Vishnu. Sources have explained to NDTV also the context in which this review was conducted?
Well, yes. I have reached out to defense sources who have indicated that the Indian Army is committed to the induction of women officers, that these were the first batch of women to assume command roles post a ruling of the Supreme Court to elevate women to these ranks. The training of women officers is an ongoing process, and leadership roles need to be based upon years of experience in junior leadership roles to prepare officers for command and subsequent ranks, and that the suggestions made were meant to improve the training standards within the Army in order to further integrate women into the force. And as I mentioned, that this is not something which reflects the view of the Army on all officers. This is about a certain limited number of officers in this particular corps.
As always, Vishnu, thank you so much for sharing the latest details with us. Let's turn our attention to the government formation in Maharashtra now. Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar are expected to meet Amit Shah today. Devendra Fadnavis arrived in Delhi amid suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But as per our sources, I can disclose that disregarding resistance from its ally Shiv Sena, the BJP is pressing ahead with its effort to restore Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Sources have indicated that this decision has been communicated to Ajit Pawar's NCP, which is comfortable with the idea of Fadnavis's return to office that he held between 2014 and 2019 and then briefly for a few days again in 2019. There are indications the decision will soon be conveyed to the Shiv Sena, which has been pressing for the continuation of the incumbent Eknath Shinde. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking all the political developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Radhika, interestingly, even though Devendra Fadnavis has touched down in the national capital last evening, he has doused expectations, saying no meeting on the matter has been planned. And in fact, he's actually in town for Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla's daughter's wedding.
That's right. None of the leaders really are ready to disclose the details of meetings. We know for a fact that individual meetings of parties have taken place over the last 2 days. Joint meeting of Mahayuti was expected to take place yesterday. It did not happen. Yes, Devendra Fadnavis was in Delhi for Om Birla's daughter's wedding, and he did not stay back. He is back to Mumbai. Of course, today was different events to mark 2611 anniversary in which all the top leaders have been seen attending, be it Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy CM Ajit Pawar or Devendra Fadnavis. When will this crucial meeting happen in order to decide on the Chief Ministership? That remains to be seen. We are expecting a meeting with Amit Shah as well, with all of these top leaders. Is it going to happen in Mumbai or Delhi? There is no clarity on that either. But we know for a fact that several of the BJP supporters, leaders are firmly backing Devendra Fadnavis as the next Chief Minister, whereas Shinde supporters, Sena supporters feel that Eknath Shinde should continue as the Chief Minister. There is tug of war brewing. What we are hearing is that Shinde is not ready to back down. He wants to continue as the CM. He feels that he's done much over the last couple of years as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned, be it in terms of development, be it in terms of welfare measures such as Ladki Behan scheme, to which he has been given much credit. As far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned, he has sacrificed CM post for Eknath Shinde. He's been a great administrator with a lot of experience, and several feel that Fadnavis deserves to be in the position of a chief ministership. But we will have to really wait for some more time to really understand, whether it's going to be any of these two top leaders, or is it going to be some surprise pick by the BJP. BJP stands in a comfortable position. They've done exceedingly well. 132 is the number they got, just 13 short of an absolute, clear majority, which means they just need the help of NCP Ajit Pawar, who is right now backing Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister. So technically, they don't need the help of Sena to form the government. So BJP could just take the help of Ajit Pawar's party and form the government, which is why Eknath Shinde doesn't have the kind of bargaining power he perhaps would wanted to have to continue becoming the chief minister. But yes, multiple meetings are expected. Amit Shah could perhaps meet all the leaders and there could be a consensus reached, but it may take time. Today, the term of the state government is ending and Eknath Shinde is expected to resign today. But when the next chief ministership position will be given, when that announcement will happen, there is no clarity on it.
Radhika, but thanks so much for taking us through the details you've accessed. From Maharashtra, let's turn our attention now to Rajasthan. At least 3 people were injured in a clash that broke out in Udaipur on Monday after BJP MLA Vishwaraj Singh and his supporters were denied entry into City Palace, which is managed by his cousin and uncle Shriji Arvind Singh Mewar. After the coronation of BJP MLA Vishwaraj Singh Mewar as the 77th Maharana of Mewar, Mr. Singh was anointed as the head of the erstwhile royal family in Chittorgarh Fort. This is yesterday morning, following the death of his father Mahendra Singh Mewar earlier this month. Harsha Kumari Singh joins you with the lowdown of what's happening in Udaipur at the moment.
All the properties of the erstwhile royals of Mewar, which is Udaipur. Remember, this is the family that traces its lineage back to Maharana Pratap and Bappa Rawal. All the properties of this Udaipur royal family are governed by different trusts. In fact, we are given to understand that there are 9 trusts which govern forts, palaces, temples, even the ghats which are around the lakes of Udaipur. These are all governed by different trusts. Now, in the 80s, when the Maharana Bhagwat Singh Ji, who is Vishwaraj's grandfather and Arvind's father, when he passed away, he gave the control of all his trusts to his younger son, Arvind Singh Mewar. So, in some senses, Mahendra and Vishwaraj were kept out of these trusts. They don't govern, they are not part of these trusts. And the trusts actually run the forts, palaces, and the museum. Now, as is tradition, when Mahendra Singh's, when he passed away earlier this week, then, Vishwaraj was anointed the new Maharana, and centuries-old traditions and customs were followed. The coronation took place in the historic Chittorgarh fort, but after that, the tradition is that the family comes to the city palace and does darshan at two important temples. One is the Duni Mata temple and the other is the Sri Eklingji temple, which is about 60 kilometers away from Udaipur. Now, both these temples are governed by the trust. The trust had in the morning, in fact, on Monday morning, the trust had issued a notice, a public notice in the newspapers saying that they would not allow unauthorized entry and this would amount to trespass. That, of course, has led to the standoff. We saw visuals last evening when Vishwaraj, along with other people, the collector and all, tried to intervene. They tried to ensure that at least 5 people would be allowed inside to do darshan. That was not allowed. And now the government has given orders. Just to quickly give you a wrap on this, the government has given orders saying that the road to that temple will now be taken over by the government. And then this kind of, procession will be, or some kind of darshan will be allowed to Vishwaraj. Till then, the standoff continues.
As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. For now, we're taking a quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV.
Council prosecutors have dismissed the two federal criminal cases against Donald Trump in separate court filings as they bow to the reality that they would not be completed or proceed to trial before Trump returns to the presidency next year. So now this move effectively ends the lengthy legal battle surrounding Trump's handling of classified documents and his attempts to overturn the 2020 election results. But analysts also say this reflects the extraordinary ability of Trump to sidestep an indictment that would have sunk the presidential bid of anyone else. Do remember, with his election victory, the cases were always bound to be dropped as a long-standing Justice Department policy prevents criminal actions against a sitting president. My colleague Benji Haya joins you with the lowdown.
He didn't win in the courtroom, but at the ballot box, and Donald Trump's victory in 2024 all but puts an end to his legal challenges by consigning his outstanding trials to the ash heap of history. Both the one dealing with the previous election, which culminated in a deadly riot on Congress, and another on his alleged hoarding of classified documents, which was dismissed by a Trump-appointed judge this summer and is also being abandoned by the Justice Department. Even though Trump was criminally prosecuted as a private citizen, his impending inauguration throws up an unprecedented constitutional conundrum. Confronted with the situation, the special counsel sought legal advice and concluded the cases be thrown out because the Constitution forbids the federal indictment of a serving president. Meanwhile, his sentencing in his hush money case was postponed last week following a Supreme Court ruling which grants him presidential immunity for so-called official acts. Trump calls these decisions a major victory for the rule of law, promising to end the political weaponization, he says, of the justice system. But having largely evaded America's justice system, he now has a chance to weaponize it in his favour and reshape the rule of law to his whim. Benji Haya, NDTV, Washington.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is making good on his tariff promises, saying he plans to impose them on Mexico, Canada and China in an effort to stop the flow of drugs entering the country and also illegal border crossings. Trump posted on his Truth Social platform that one of the first executive orders that he will sign when he takes office on the 20th of January 2025 will be to charge Mexico and China with a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States. In another post, Trump said he will be charging China with an additional 10% tariff on top of any additional tariffs on products coming into the US, arguing the country wasn't doing enough to stop the flow of illicit drugs. So, economists predict that the tariffs imposed by Trump would lead to higher prices for US shoppers. Importers typically pass on the added cost of these tariffs to consumers, making everyday goods more expensive. But according to an estimate from the Peterson Institute for International Economics, Trump's tariffs could cost the average American household around $2,600 annually. With that, let's turn our attention now to Dr. Jaishankar's touchdown in Italy. Well, India supports an immediate ceasefire in West Asia with a long-term commitment to a two-state solution, as stated by External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar during the 10th edition of the Mediterranean Dialogue in Rome. Dr. Jaishankar condemns terrorism, hostage-taking and the civilian casualties resulting from military operations. In fact, I must inform you that he emphasized that India considers large-scale civilian casualties in military actions to be unacceptable and stressed that international humanitarian law must be upheld and cannot be disregarded. Listen in to what the Foreign Minister had to say.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has personally engaged leaders of both Russia and Ukraine to this end. This has included his visiting Moscow and Kiev. Our senior officials remain in continuous touch. We firmly believe that those who have the ability to explore finding common ground must step up to that responsibility. The IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, that was announced in September 2020, can be a game changer. The conflict underway currently in the Middle East has undoubtedly been a major complication, but it is proceeding, the IMEC is proceeding ahead on the eastern side, especially between India and the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Our concerns have also been increasing on the widening of the conflict. We have been in regular touch with both Israel and Iran at the highest levels to advocate restraint and enhance communication.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali joins us live. He's been tracking Dr. Jaishankar's visit very closely. As we've just heard, Ghazali, Dr. Jaishankar has voiced concerns over the widening conflict in West Asia. But take us through the key takeaways from the last 24 hours.
Dr. Jaishankar spoke about two conflicts, both Russia and Ukraine and the war in the West Asia. And in both the cases, he emphasized that how India or Prime Minister Modi has been in touch with the leaders of both the groups which are at war. When it comes to Russia and Ukraine, how Prime Minister Modi or the government of India have been in touch with Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, as well as President Putin. And it also outlined that for West Asia, India is also in touch with Iran and Israel both, which is largely believed that Iran is fueling all the trouble in the Middle East. But India continues to have its relations with both the parties in both the conflicts. And that is where the concern grows that how India will proceed with the connectivity issue, because India is also working on this IMF corridor, which was conceptualized last year in the G20 when India was the host. And that is why Mr. Jaishankar said that the first leg or the eastern part of that corridor, which connects India to UAE as well as Saudi Arabia, is in work or is in progress. But it can only work or fructify if the conflict in both the regions is stopped, if the wars is stopped in both the regions, whether it be Russia, Ukraine.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all.
Welcome back. As the suspense continues over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde is expected to resign in a few moments from now. The Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde will be meeting Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan just shortly to tender his resignation as the term of Maharashtra Assembly comes to an end today. But as you know, the Mahayuti alliance, which won a thumping majority in the Maharashtra Assembly elections, has time until today to decide the CM face, failing which President's rule could be imposed in the state. But I must mention the President's rule, however, can be revoked immediately. Anuj Raite has been tracking all the developments for us closely on Ground Zero. He joins us live at the moment. Anuj, Eknath Shinde expected to tender his resignation anytime now, but he's expected to remain as caretaker Chief Minister until a new CM and cabinet is sworn in?
Well, yes, you see, just a while back, Ajit Pawar was the first, executive head of the state to enter Raj Bhavan roughly 7 minutes ago. And right after him, we saw the convoy of Deputy CM, the other Deputy CM, that is Devendra Fadnavis, enter Raj Bhavan. So as of now, 2 Deputy Chief Ministers have entered Raj Bhavan already, and we're expecting Chief Minister Eknath Shinde to be here at any point of time, right? The security is in place and the Chief Minister might be here at any point of time. Once here, the Chief Minister, along with, of course, the Deputy Chief Ministers, will tender their resignation, and the Governor is expected to, to do the formalities of asking Eknath Shinde to carry on as an interim Chief Minister until the next Chief Minister is sworn in, and that is a part of the formality. But today, as it is the 26th of November, the term of Maharashtra's government is ending, and this is why we're seeing this formality being taken care of, as the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Ministers will be tendering in their resignation. More interestingly, when Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis came in their convoy, we did not see any major leaders coming with them. That usually is the case, right? But we only saw their security personnel and the 2 leaders, of course, in their own separate convoys. So we're expecting this to be a very private, affair that would happen inside Raj Bhavan, where the Chief Minister will tender his resignation, but will also take on the charge as the temporary executive head of the state up until, the next Chief Minister is sworn in, which is expected to happen in the next 36 to 48, mostly 48 hours.
Thanks so much, Anuj, as always, for joining us with the latest. The suspense over the next Chief Minister post continues, but Mr. Shinde has reached the Governor's house to tender his resignation, which will happen in just a few moments. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. We're taking a quick break for now.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your
लोकसभा अध्यक्ष, प्रधानमंत्री और अन्य गणमान्य व्यक्ति भी मौजूद हैं जो इस समय केंद्रीय कक्ष पहुंच रहे हैं। जी हां, संविधान अंगीकार करने के 75 वर्ष की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा, और इस ऐतिहासिक यात्रा को सेलिब्रेट करेंगे आज केंद्रीय कक्ष में। संविधान सदन का केंद्रीय कक्ष ये वही केंद्रीय कक्ष है जो संविधान निर्माण का भागीदार रहा और जिसने साक्षात्कार किया संविधान निर्माण का। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू, उपराष्ट्रपति जगदीप धनखड़, लोकसभा अध्यक्ष ओम बिरला, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, संसदीय कार्यमंत्री किरेन रिजिजू।
सभासदों, महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी,
26 नवंबर 1949 ईस्वी, मिति मार्गशीर्ष शुक्ल सप्तमी, संवत 2006 विक्रमी को एतद द्वारा संविधान को अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित किया गया। भारत का संविधान दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा लिखित संविधान है, जिसका निर्माण 2 वर्ष 11 महीने और 18 दिनों में हुआ। संविधान के पहले ही पृष्ठ पर लिखा है, इंडिया दैट इज भारत। यह प्रतीक है सभ्यता के सातत्य का, परंपरा की जुड़ती कड़ियों का और जड़ों से जुड़ने का। और ये हम सभी के लिए बहुत हर्ष और गर्व की बात है कि इस वर्ष देश संविधान को अंगीकार किए जाने की 75वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहा है। सादर नमस्कार आप सभी माननीय विशिष्ट जनों का इस ऐतिहासिक केंद्रीय कक्ष में हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन एवं शत शत वंदन। इस कार्यक्रम को प्रारंभ करने हेतु मेरा सादर अनुरोध माननीय लोकसभा अध्यक्ष श्री ओम बिरला जी से कि आप स्वागत भाषण प्रस्तुत करें।
संविधान सदन में आयोजित इस ऐतिहासिक संविधान दिवस कार्यक्रम में माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सभी राजनीतिक दलों के नेतागण, माननीय सदस्यगण, आज संविधान दिवस उत्सव मनाने करोड़ों भारतीय वासियों का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। 75 वर्ष पहले इसी दिन, इसी पवित्र स्थान पर हमारे संविधान को अंगीकृत किया था। माननीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय के नेतृत्व में संपूर्ण देश एक साथ मिलकर आज संविधान के प्रति कृतज्ञता प्रकट कर रहा है। आज करोड़ों देशवासी संविधान की प्रस्तावना का पाठ कर देश को आगे बढ़ाने का संकल्प लेंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा से वर्ष 2015 में हमने 26 नवंबर को संविधान दिवस के रूप में मनाने का ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया था। हमारा संविधान हमारे मनुष्यों की वर्षों की तप, त्याग, विद्वता, सामर्थ्य और क्षमता का परिणाम है। इसी केंद्रीय कक्ष में लगभग 3 वर्षों के कठिन परिश्रम के बाद उन्होंने देश की भौगोलिक और सामाजिक विविधताओं को एक सूत्र में बांधने वाला संविधान बनाया। संविधान सभा में अलग अलग विचारधारा के लोग सदस्य थे। इसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने एक एक अनुच्छेद पर विचार किया, मंथन किया, पूरी गरिमा और मर्यादा से अपनी सहमति असहमति व्यक्त करते हुए संविधान की रचना की। सार्थक एवं गरिमापूर्ण संवाद की इस उत्कृष्ट परंपरा को हमें अपने सदनों में भी अपनाना चाहिए। हमारा संविधान देश में सामाजिक आर्थिक बदलाव का सुधार रहा है। करते हुए काल में हम सामूहिक प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। इन 75 वर्षों में हमारी संसद के माध्यम से आम जनता के जीवन में सामाजिक आर्थिक परिवर्तन लाए गए हैं, जिससे लोकतंत्र में जनता की आस्था मजबूत हुई है। संविधान ने हमारे तीनों लोकतंत्र के स्तंभों विधायिका, कार्यपालिका और न्यायपालिका को आपसी समन्वय के साथ सुचारू रूप से कार्य करने की व्यवस्था दी है। इन 75 वर्षों में इन तीनों अंगों ने श्रेष्ठता से कार्य करते हुए देश के समग्र विकास में अपनी भूमिका निभाई है। बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर जी ने कहा था, हमारा संविधान एक ऐसा दस्तावेज होना चाहिए जो न केवल हमारे देश की स्वतंत्रता और समानता की रक्षा करे, बल्कि हमारे देश के लोगों को एक साथ लाने में भी मदद करे। हमें बाबा साहब अंबेडकर जी के इन्हीं शब्दों से हमारे महान संविधान निर्माताओं के भारतीय समाज के प्रति दृष्टिकोण को समझना चाहिए। हमारा संविधान वसुदेव कुटुंबकम यानी संपूर्ण विश्व एक परिवार है के सिद्धांत का अनुसरण करने की प्रेरणा देता है। संवैधानिक मूल्यों के प्रति हमारी गहरी प्रतिबद्धता है विश्व पटल पर। इसी कारण भारत की छवि बहुत मजबूत हुई है। मैं सभी माननीय सांसदों से आग्रह करूंगा कि वह अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में संविधान के अंगीकार होने के 75 वर्ष को जनता की सहभागिता के साथ एक उत्सव के रूप में मनाए, जिससे राष्ट्र प्रेम की भावना और अधिक सुदृढ़ हो। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद मान्यवर। माननीय विशिष्टगण, भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र है और संविधान हमारा ग्रंथ है। आइए अब भारत के संविधान की महिमा पर आधारित एक फिल्म के माध्यम से जानें संविधान के निर्माण की इस ऐतिहासिक यात्रा और गौरवशाली सफर को।
भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र, मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। कई शताब्दियों की गुलामी के बाद जब देश नई शुरुआत के लिए खड़ा था, तो उसकी राह में पथ प्रदर्शक बना हमारा संविधान। डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर की अध्यक्षता में जब देश ने अपना संविधान तैयार किया, तो भारत के लोकतंत्र को मजबूत बनाने और सबके लिए बराबरी और अवसर सुनिश्चित करने का आधार बना भारत का संविधान। हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने 75 साल पहले यह सपना देखा और तय किया कि हम कहीं पर भी जन्मे हों, हमें समान अवसर और अधिकार मिलेंगे। हमारे अधिकार हो या कर्तव्य, देश का हर नागरिक समान है। 75 साल से व्यक्ति के स्वाभिमान और राष्ट्र की एकता की रक्षा करता आया है भारत का संविधान। आज भी हमारे लिए सबसे ऊपर और सबसे पवित्र ग्रंथ। हमारा संविधान अनुच्छेदों के संग्रह से बढ़कर हजारों वर्षों की सभ्यता और परंपराओं की आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति भी है। स्वतंत्रता के समय जो भारत के लिए कहा जाता था कि ये देश टिक नहीं पाएगा, वह आज विश्व की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है और टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में शामिल होने के लिए तेजी से बढ़ रहा है, तो उसका श्रेय संविधान के मूल्यों को जाता है। बीते 10 साल में लिए गए फैसलों, बनाई गई नीतियों और उठाए गए कदमों के मूल में संविधान की स्पिरिट रही है।
हमारे संविधान के प्रेम्बल की शुरुआत में जो वी द पीपल लिखा, ये सिर्फ 3 शब्द नहीं। वी द पीपल एक आह्वान है, एक प्रतिज्ञा है, एक विश्वास है।
आज के भारत का मंत्र सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास। ये संविधान की भावना का सबसे सशक्त प्रदर्शन है। संविधान के समानता के सिद्धांत के साथ आज बिना भेदभाव लाभार्थियों तक लाभ पहुंचता है। अंत्योदय के लक्ष्य के साथ वंचित वर्ग और पिछड़े प्रदेशों को हर योजना के केंद्र में रखा जाता है। महिलाओं के उद्यमी बनने में, कप्तान बनने में, ऊंची उड़ान लेने में देश उन्हें मदद पहुंचाता है। देश के प्रथम गांव से लेकर दूर दराज के गांवों तक पहुंच रही सड़कें, सामान, केबल्स और खुशियां संविधान के प्रति देश का समर्पण दिखाता है। विश्व का सबसे लंबा लिखित संविधान उस भारत का है जिसकी सुंदरता सीना चौड़ा कर देती है, जहां विभिन्न विचारों की सारी धाराएं एक ही सागर में मिलती हैं। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना के साथ आज पूरे भारत में एक संविधान है, जिसकी दिखाई दिशा पर चलकर हम बनाएंगे विकसित भारत।
और अब मेरा विनम्र आग्रह है भारत के माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी और राज्यसभा के सभापति श्री जगदीप धनखड़ जी से कि आप विशिष्ट सभा को संबोधित करें।
Honorable President, Honorable Prime Minister, Speaker Lok Sabha, Deputy Chairman Rajya Sabha, Leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, distinguished members of Parliament, and fellow citizens. This momentous day marks a historic milestone as we celebrate 75 years since Bharat adopted its constitution, a remarkable achievement for the world's largest and most dynamic democracy. Our nation thrives with remarkable economic growth, robust infrastructure, widespread digital adoption, all getting international recognition and accolades. These achievements are vindication that our Constitution has effectively anchored Indian democracy. Honorable members, this is an occasion to reflect on our Constitution's core values and reaffirm our dedication to its guiding principles. This masterpiece is a tribute to the profound foresight and unwavering dedication of founding fathers of our Constitution, who for about 3 years shaped our nation's destiny, exemplifying decorum and dedication, navigating contentious and divisive issues with focus on consensus and understanding. Honorable members, in contemporaneous times, with decorum and discipline cliffhanging in parliamentary discourse, this day we need to resolve by reiterating pristine glory of our Constituent Assembly embellished functioning. Disturbance as a strategy threatens democratic institutions. Time to restore sanctity of our democratic temples through constructive dialogue, debate, and meaningful discussion to serve our people effectively. The Constitution's opening words, "We the people of India," carry deep meaning, establishing citizen as the ultimate authority, with Parliament serving as its voice. Preamble promises every citizen justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is our North Star when it comes to fructifying people's aspirations and lighthouse in challenging and daunting situations. Honorable members, our Constitution assures fundamental rights and ordains fundamental duties. These define informed citizenship, reflecting Dr. Ambedkar's caution that internal conflicts, more than external threat, endanger democracy. Time for us to fully commit to our fundamental duties, protecting national sovereignty, fostering unity, prioritizing national interests, and safeguarding our environment. We must always put our nation first. We need to be on guard as never before. These commitments are crucial for achieving our vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, a nation that exemplifies progress and inclusion. Honorable members, Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam affords constitutional assurance to 1/3 women representation in parliament and state legislatures, and showcases our constitutional adaptability to create a just and equitable society. This example of the money illustrates how affirmative policies, transparent and accountable governance have helped citizens achieve their aspirations. Honorable members, India's constitution stands unique as the world's longest and only illustrated constitution, featuring artwork that depicts 5,000 years of our civilizational journey. Our constitution ingeniously establishes democracy's three pillars: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, each with defined role. Democracy is best nurtured with its constitutional institutions being in sync, tandem, and togetherness, adhering to their jurisdictional area. In functioning of these organs of the state, domain exclusivity is quintessence to making optimal contributions in steering Bharat towards unprecedented heights of prosperity and equity. Honorable members, evolution of a structured interactive mechanism amongst those at the helm of these institutions would bring greater convergence in serving the nation. It is constitutional ordainment that the Parliament, after shaping legislation, must also ensure legislation trajectory in right direction. As guardians of democracy, we bear the sacred duty to honor our citizens' rights, aspirations, and ceaselessly pursue their dreams by making optimal contributions inspired by national welfare and public interest. It is for this that June 25 is now set to be celebrated every year, reminding us of the emergency, the darkest period when fundamental rights of citizens were suspended, people were detained without any reason, and civil rights were violated. Honorable members, all citizens, particularly members of Parliament, must amplify our nation's resonance on the world stage. May this honored chamber resonate with democratic wisdom, maintaining the bond between citizens and their elected representatives. As we commemorate the 75th anniversary, let us commit to building a more vital collective consciousness of our Constitution that binds us as people and promotes progressive nation building ideas while shielding us from the consequences of sectarian perspectives. Honorable members, I seek to refer in conclusion Dr. Ambedkar's reflection in his last address in the Constituent Assembly on November 25, 1949, in this hallowed theatre. I quote, "What perturbs me greatly is the fact that not only India has once before lost her independence, but she lost it by the infidelity and treachery of some of her own people. Will history repeat itself?" It is this thought which fills me with anxiety. This anxiety is deepened by realization of the fact that in addition to our old enemies in the form of caste and creeds, we are going to have many political parties with diverse and opposing political creeds. Will Indians place the country above their creed, or will they place creed above the country? Honorable members, Dr. Ambedkar further exhorts, I quote, I do not know, but this much is certain, that if the parties place creed above country, our independence will be put in jeopardy a second time and probably be lost forever. This eventuality we must all resolutely guard against. We must be determined to defend our independence with the last drop of our blood. Unquote. Honorable members, I too conclude on this note with appeal to heed wise counsel emanating from the father of the Indian Constitution. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति जी। निश्चित रूप से आज का ये ऐतिहासिक दिन हमारे संविधान की महिमा और उसकी लोकतांत्रिक भावना का प्रतीक है। अब मेरा सादर अनुरोध माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी से कि इस शुभ अवसर पर आप एक विशेष स्मारक सिक्का इसका विमोचन करने की कृपा करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मेरा आपसे पुनः अनुरोध कि हमारे संविधान की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा और उसकी गौरवशाली विरासत को चिरस्थायी करने के लिए आज एक विशेष डाक टिकट का विमोचन करने की कृपा करें।
Well, we are coming to you from the Parliament, and the celebrations of the Constitution Day have commenced inside the central hall of the old Parliament. It's a symbolic venue to host this kind of celebrations. It's also a very important day, a big milestone for Indian democracy, 75 years of Indian constitutional governance. What does it mean for the country, for its people? We saw Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar talk about the emergency. We also talked about, we also saw Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla talk about the constitutional values that India holds dear, and the speciality of the Indian Constitution in making sure that it's for everybody, and it is that one book that makes us all equal in front of the law. To talk about this, we have Aditi Fadnavis, who's a senior journalist. We have Sameer Bakre, who's the spokesperson of the BJP in Maharashtra. We also have Sanjay Gupta, leader of the UBT. Aditi Fadnavis, also tell us, ma'am, your big takeaways from this political flashpoint between the BJP and the opposition parties. Given the electoral successes of the BJP in the last 5 months, do you think that the opposition also has to re-strategize on its narrative when it comes to constitution, and specifically the fact that they ran an entire campaign on constitution is in danger? Do you think that it's time to rework that a little bit?
And certainly, I mean, today is possibly not the day to discuss whether the constitution is being attacked by the opposition or by the government or by both or by neither. Vasudha, I just want to share a very personal anecdote with you. I used to have a colleague who is now an IPS officer. He told me once that, ma'am, there are good days and there are bad days. And when I feel today is going to be a bad day, I just read the preamble to the Constitution of India and I just feel instantly uplifted. I just, my depression just goes away. That is the kind of feeling that is imbued among ordinary people, people who are not necessarily people who are unlettered, but all Indians, I think, revere the Constitution above all things and know what is there in it for them. So, in that context, I think the opposition needs to think about how it wants to address the contradictions in society, but the government also has to think how it wants to address the concerns that the opposition is raising, because the opposition is not necessarily the enemy of India.
Right. Absolutely, ma'am. That's very well said. And the Constitution is one thing that holds us all together. It's what makes us equal in front of the law. It gives us the rights that we enjoy today. So clearly, that's one thing, that's one identity that we all need to be really proud of. Well said. Sameer Bakre, spokesperson of the BJP in Maharashtra. Sameer, a lot of things are going on in Maharashtra. While we'll talk about that a little bit later, tell us, how did the Mahayuti manage to get 75% of the reserved constituencies to vote for it this election, this assembly election? This is a turnaround from what we saw in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. In some ways, the constitution khatre mein hai, narrative is also on the wane. Tell us, how did the BJP and its allies manage to do that? Was there an extensive campaign and outreach to the SC, ST, OBC population?
Thank you. First of all, let me congratulate my fellow Indians and the viewers of NDTV for this 75th year of adoption of Constitution Day. It's a momentous occasion for our country that the Constitution written by our Honorable Dr. Bharat Ratna, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, is taking its full vigor in the entire country now. Now, coming back to your question, that how did Mahayuti manage to change this narrative? Basically, let me say that during the Lok Sabha election, a fake narrative was promulgated by the opposition, Mahavikas Aghadi, that the Samvidhan khatre mein hai. Now, when this fake narrative was given wide publicity by the opposition, people got confused regarding this in Maharashtra, and there was some reversal for our Mahayuti. But we got together and then we went to the people again and we had a dialogue with them and we told them that how fake is the narrative given by the opposition regarding the constitution. Now, we gave examples like the opposition never respected the constitution. It imposed emergency. Mr. Rahul Gandhi said in US that they will remove the reservation. In contrast, our Honorable Narendra Modi ji has always upheld the constitution, and he has given and implemented the schemes across the past. And
Mr. Bakre, I think Rahul Gandhi in that speech he very clearly said that a constitution will be removed only when India is in an ideal egalitarian state. Let me go across to my Sanjay Gupta, the other speaker, the other guest on the panel from UBT. Sanjay ji, इस बार के जो चुनाव थे उसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का नैरेटिव में क्या महत्व था, क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन ने इस पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस किया, लेकिन चुनाव के जो परिणाम आए हैं उसमें लगता है कि जो है वो नैरेटिव चला नहीं है।
नहीं, हमारे देश के संविधान ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से काम किया और कोई भी नैरेटिव चुनाव हार जाने के बाद ये नेताओं के कहने की बात हो सकती है। हमारे देश का संविधान बहुत अच्छे से काम कर रहा है। अगर हमारे देश का संविधान अच्छे से काम ना कर रहा होता तो आज पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री ना होती, आज दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मुख्यमंत्री ना होते, और आज वायनाड से जो प्रियंका गांधी जी जीती चुनाव वो ना जीती होती, और ना ही राहुल गांधी जी आज विपक्ष के नेता होते।
मैं कह रही हूँ कि ऑपोजिशन का जो नैरेटिव था कि मैं आपसे पूछ रही थी कि ऑपोजिशन का जो नैरेटिव था कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन जो है उसको बचाना है, वो नैरेटिव इस बार जो है काम नहीं किया।
उसको बचाना क्या, हमारे देश में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन तो है ही। हमारे देश के अंदर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना हो अगर तो फिर ये तो सब बस कहने की बातें हैं। मैं तो नहीं समझता कि हमारे देश में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन नहीं है और इसको बचाने के लिए किसी को आना पड़ेगा।
We'll just have to cut to the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, speaking today at the Constitution Day celebrations. Let's listen in.
संसदीय कार्य मंत्री श्री किरेन रिजिजू जी, लोकसभा में विपक्ष नेता श्री राहुल गांधी जी, माननीय सांसदगण और प्यारे देशवासी, संविधान दिवस के पावन अवसर पर आप सभी के बीच आकर मुझे हार्दिक प्रसन्नता हो रही। संविधान हमारे देश का सबसे पवित्र ग्रंथ आज हम सब एक ऐतिहासिक अवसर के भागीदार भी बन गए हैं और साक्षी भी। 75 वर्ष पहले संविधान सदन के इसी केंद्रीय कक्ष में आज ही के दिन संविधान सभा ने नवस्वाधीन देश के लिए संविधान निर्माण का बहुत बड़ा कार्य संपन्न किया था। उस दिन संविधान सभा के माध्यम से हम भारत के लोगों ने इस संविधान को अपनाया, अधिनियमित किया और आत्मार्पित किया था। हमारे संविधान हमारे लोकतांत्रिक गणतंत्र की सुदृढ़ आधारशिला है। हमारा संविधान हमारे सामूहिक और व्यक्तिगत स्वाभिमान को सुनिश्चित करता है। आज कृतज्ञ राष्ट्र की ओर से मैं संविधान सभा के सदस्यों और कर्मियों को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करती हूँ। ये देश का सौभाग्य है कि संविधान सभा के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद ने तथा प्रारूप समिति के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर ने संविधान निर्माण की यात्रा का मार्गदर्शन किया। बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर ने प्रगतिशील और समावेशी सोच की छाप हमारे संविधान पर अंकित किया है। संविधान सभा में बाबा साहेब के ऐतिहासिक संबंधों से ये तथ्य स्पष्ट होता है कि भारत लोकतंत्र की जननी है। अपने लोकतंत्र पर गौरव की इसी भावना के साथ आज हम सब इस विशेष अवसर पर एकत्र हुए। ये अवसर संविधान सभा की 15 महिला सदस्यों के योगदान को स्मरण करने का भी है। हमें उन अधिकारियों के अमूल्य योगदान को भी याद रखना चाहिए जिन्होंने नेपथ्य में रहकर काम किया। उनकी कार्यनिष्ठा ने संविधान निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को सुचारू रूप से आगे बढ़ाया। उनमें प्रमुख भूमिका श्री BN राव की थी, जो संविधान सभा के संवैधानिक सलाहकार थे। मैं संविधान सभा के सचिव श्री HBR अंगगर, संयुक्त सचिव श्री SN मुखर्जी और उप सचिव श्री जुगल किशोर खन्ना को भी उल्लेख करना चाहूँगी। माननीय सांसदगण, स्वतंत्रता के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर मैं सभी देशवासियों ने आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाया। आगामी 26 जनवरी को हम अपने गणतंत्र की 75वें वर्षगांठ मनाएंगे। इस तरह के समारोह हमें अब तक की यात्रा का अवलोकन करने और आगे की यात्रा की बेहतर योजना बनाने के अवसर प्रदान करते हैं। ऐसे समारोह हमारी एकता को मजबूत बताने की तथा ये दर्शाते हैं कि राष्ट्रीय लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त करने के प्रयासों में हम सब एक साथ हैं। हमारे स्वाधीनता संग्राम के दौरान अनेक महान विभूतियों ने हमारे राष्ट्रीय आदर्शों को रेखांकित किया था। हमारी संविधान सभा में हमारे देश की विविधता को अभिव्यक्ति मिली थी। संविधान सभा में सभी प्रांतों और क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधियों की उपस्थिति से अखिल भारतीय चेतना को शोर मिला था। संविधान सभा के वाद विवाद तथा सदस्यों के संबोधनों में हमें संविधान निर्माण की प्रक्रिया के साथ साथ अपने देश के बारे में गहरी जानकारी प्राप्त होती है। आज जिन पुस्तकों का विमोचन किया गया तथा जो शॉर्ट फिल्म्स दिखाई गई, उनमें लोगों को हमारे संविधान निर्माण के गौरवशाली इतिहास का परिचय प्राप्त होगा। एक अर्थ में भारत का संविधान कुछ महानतम मेधावी लोगों द्वारा लगभग 3 वर्षों के विचार विमर्श का परिणाम था, लेकिन सही अर्थ में ये हमारे लंबे स्वाधीनता संग्राम का परिणाम था। उस अतुलनीय राष्ट्रीय आंदोलन के आदर्शों को संविधान में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान दिया गया। उन आदर्शों को सुस्पष्ट और संक्षिप्त रूप से संविधान की प्रस्तावना में व्यक्त किया गया है। ये आदर्श है न्याय, स्वतंत्रता, समता और बंधुता। ये आदर्श सदियों से भारत को परिभाषित करते हैं। संविधान की प्रस्तावना में उल्लिखित आदर्श एक दूसरे के पूरक है। समग्र रूप से ये सभी आदर्श ऐसा वातावरण उपलब्ध कराते हैं जिसमें हम नागरिक को फूलते फलते समाज में योगदान देने तथा साथी नागरिकों की मदद करने का अवसर मिलता है। माननीय संसदगण, संविधान की भावना के अनुसार कार्यपालिका, विधायिका और न्यायपालिका का ये दायित्व है कि वे सामान्य लोगों के जीवन को सुगम बनाने के लिए मिलजुल कर काम करें। संसद द्वारा पारित किए गए अनेक अधिनियमों से जन आकांक्षाओं को अभिव्यक्ति मिली है। देश के आर्थिक एकीकरण के लिए स्वतंत्रता के बाद का सबसे बड़ा टैक्स सुधार गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज टैक्स को के रूप में किया गया है। वर्ष 2018 में राष्ट्रीय पिछड़ा बल आयोग को संवैधानिक दर्जा प्रदान किया गया है। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की सोच को यथार्थ रूप देना सामाजिक न्याय के संवैधानिक आदर्शों को प्राप्त करने के लिए अनिवार्य है। नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम द्वारा हमारे लोकतंत्र में महिला सशक्तिकरण के एक नए युग की शुरुआत की गई है। दंड के स्थान पर न्याय तथा अपराध के स्थान पर सुरक्षा की भावना पर आधारित भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम को पारित करके सांसदों ने आधुनिक सोच को अपनाने का प्रभावशाली परिचय दिया है। ऐसे अनेक अधिनियमों को पारित करने के लिए मैं सभी सांसदों की सराहना करती हूँ। पिछले कुछ वर्षों के दौरान सरकार ने समाज के सभी वर्गों, विशेषकर कमजोर वर्गों के लोगों के विकास के लिए अनेक कदम उठाए हैं। ऐसे निर्णयों से लोगों का जीवन बेहतर हुआ है तथा उन्हें प्रगति के नए अवसर मिल रहे हैं। गरीब लोगों का अपना पक्का घर मिल रहा है, बिजली, पानी, सड़क की सुविधा मिल रही है, खाद्य सुरक्षा और चिकित्सा सेवाएं मिल रही है। देश में बड़े पैमाने पर विश्व स्तर का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया जा रहा है। समग्र और समावेशी विकास के ऐसे अनेक प्रयास हमारे संवैधानिक आदर्शों को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। इस प्रयासों के लिए मैं सरकार की सराहना करती हूँ। उच्चतम न्यायालय के प्रयासों से देश की न्यायपालिका हमारे न्याय प्रणाली को और अधिक प्रभावी बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रयास कर रही है। न्यायपालिका विचाराधीन कैदियों को और जेल सुधार के विषयों पर भी कार्यरत है। हमारे देश में मूलभूत अधिकारों का दायरा समय के साथ विस्तृत होता रहा है। अपेक्षाकृत कम साधन संपन्न लोगों को कानूनी सहायता प्रदान करने के संवैधानिक निर्देश प्रति जागरूकता और सक्रियता बढ़ रही है। माननीय सांसदगण, कार्यपालिका, विधायिका और न्यायपालिका के साथ साथ सभी देशवासियों की सक्रिय भागीदारी से हमारे संवैधानिक आदर्शों को शक्ति मिलती है। हमारे संविधान में प्रत्येक नागरिक के मूल कर्तव्यों का स्पष्ट उल्लेख किया गया है। भारत की एकता और अखंडता की रक्षा करना, समाज में समरसता की भावना का निर्माण करना, महिलाओं के सम्मान को सुनिश्चित करना, पर्यावरण की रक्षा करना, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को अपनाना, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति की सुरक्षा करना तथा राष्ट्र को उपलब्धियों की नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाना नागरिकों के मूल कर्तव्यों में शामिल है। हमारा संविधान एक जीवंत और प्रगतिशील दस्तावेज है। बदलते समय की मांग के अनुसार नए विचारों को अपनाने की व्यवस्था हमारे दूरदर्शी संविधान निर्माताओं ने बनाए थे। हमने संविधान के माध्यम से सामाजिक न्याय और समावेशी विकास के अनेक बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त किया है। नई सोच के साथ हम भारत को विश्व समुदाय में नई पहचान दिला रहे हैं। हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने भारत को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शांति और सुरक्षा को मजबूत बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने का निर्देश दिया है। आज एक अग्रणी अर्थव्यवस्था होने के साथ साथ हमारा देश विश्व बंधु के रूप में ये भूमिका बेखूबी निभा रहे हैं। हम विश्व समुदाय में उपलब्ध अच्छे विचारों विनम्रता के साथ आत्मसात करने के लिए भी हैं। देश की जरूरतों के मुताबिक उत्कृष्ट विचारों और पद्धतियों को अपनाने की इसी भावना का उदाहरण हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने प्रस्तुत किया था। संविधान सभा के दूरदर्शी सदस्यों ने हमें एक प्रेरणादायक संविधान दिया जो अन्य देशों के लिए भी एक आदर्श साबित हुआ है। संविधान सभा के अध्यक्ष और मेरे प्रतिष्ठित पूर्ववर्तियों में सर्वप्रथम डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद ने वर्ष 1949 में आज ही के दिन अपने भाषण में एक विचार व्यक्त किया था कि संविधान को जीवंत बनाए रखना उन लोगों पर निर्भर करता है जो उसका संचालन करते हैं। उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि कई चीजें जो संविधान में नहीं लिखी जा सकती उनका संचालन परंपराओं के आधार पर किया जाता है। उन्होंने ये अपेक्षा व्यक्त की थी कि हमारा देश आवश्यक सामर्थ्य अर्जित करेगा और समुचित परंपराएं विकसित की जाएगी। मैं पूरी विश्वास के साथ कह सकती हूँ कि लगभग 3/4 सदी के संवैधानिक यात्रा के दौरान हमारे देश ने उन क्षमताओं को अर्जित करने और आर्थिक परंपराओं को विकसित करने में उल्लेखनीय सफलता प्राप्त की है। हमने जो अनुभव प्राप्त किए हैं आने वाली पीढ़ियों को उनसे अवगत कराया चाहिए। वर्ष 2015 में सरकार द्वारा 26 नवंबर को संविधान दिवस के रूप में मनाने का निर्णय लिया गया। तब से प्रत्येक वर्ष मनाए जा रहे संविधान दिवस के समारोह से हमारे युवाओं में देश के बुनियादी दस्तावेज यानी संविधान के विषय में जागरूकता बढ़ाने में मदद मिली है। संविधान के प्रति युवाओं में उत्साह को देखकर हम सब देश के भविष्य के प्रति आश्वस्त हो सकते हैं। मैं सभी देशवासियों से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वे हमारे संवैधानिक आदर्शों को अपने आचरण में डालें, मूल कर्तव्यों का पालन करें तथा वर्ष 2047 तक विकसित भारत के निर्माण के राष्ट्रीय लक्ष्य के प्रति समर्पण के साथ आगे बढ़े। मैं संविधान दिवस के अवसर पर सभी देशवासियों को बधाई देती हूँ। आप सभी को मेरा शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब हम आपसे विनम्र अनुरोध करते हैं कि आज के इस विशेष अवसर पर आप पूरे राष्ट्र के साथ उद्देशिका का वाचन करने की कृपा करें। आप सभी से भी सादर अनुरोध।
हम भारत के लोग भारत को एक संपूर्ण प्रभुत्व संपन्न समाजवादी पंथ निरीक्षण लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य बनाने के लिए तथा उसके समस्त नागरिकों को सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनैतिक न्याय, विचार, अभिव्यक्ति, विश्वास, धर्म और उपासना की स्वतंत्रता, प्रतिष्ठा और अवसर की समता प्राप्त करने के लिए तथा उन सब में व्यक्ति की गरिमा और राष्ट्र की एकता और अखंडता सुनिश्चित करने वाली बंधुता बढ़ाने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प होकर अपनी इस संविधान सभा में आज तारीख 26 नवंबर 1949 ईस्वी को एतद द्वारा इन संविधान को अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित करते हैं।
और अब राष्ट्रगान।
There you go. India marks the 75th Constitution Day. The President of India just addressed and finished her address saying that we have to uphold the true spirit of the Constitution and we have to respect what has been laid down by the experts of the country. There you have the President now leaving the joint session that she addressed just minutes before. We have Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Behind him is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi were also next to the President when she was addressing it. The President and the Vice President have given the message, Hamara Samvidhan, Ek Samvidhan, and that's the spirit that the Indian government has also upheld. This will be a year-long event to mark the celebrations of the Constitution Day. The President has also released booklets in which Constitution has been translated into Sanskrit and Maithili language. The President of India also released a commemorative coin to mark the 75th Constitution Day. And now the President will be leaving from the old Parliament building. She is being escorted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla and others, along with President Draupadi Murmu. Now, these were the celebrations that were kick-started by President Draupadi Murmu on the occasion of 75th Constitution Day. A commemorative coin and others were released by the President, saying that we have to respect and follow the Constitution of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, along with other leaders, all the members of the Parliament were in presence and in attendance while this key address was delivered. Big focus was also on building infrastructure in the country as in the true spirit to taking India forward. This is the belief that the President said she expects from all the countrymen to take India along and forward to the great heights that it is likely to have. It is an historic moment. Jammu and Kashmir will also celebrate Constitution Day for the first time as India marks the celebrations of the Constitution Day. The President now leaving the joint session of the Parliament that she addressed and highlighted the meaning of Constitution, taking forward along everybody, every party from the opposition also attended this key event. Commemorative coin and stamp was also released on this day by the President. India marks the 75th Constitution Day, and this is a special event that is being conducted at the old Parliament building.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And Chief Minister Eknath Shinde resigns as Maharashtra Chief Minister to continue as caretaker Chief Minister till appointed again. And Murmu marks the occasion of the Constitution Day at the historic Central Hall of Samvidhan Sadan. PM Modi attended the Constitution Day celebrations as well as VP Dhankar Murmu released commemorative coin and Constitution booklets. India remembers the dreaded attack in Mumbai that shook the country 16 years ago. President, Home Minister pay tribute to 2611 martyrs. Top General's critical review of women colonels. Top General's critical review in key command roles reflected in a letter. Defense sources say committed to induction of women officers.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Eknath Shinde resigns as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and takes on the role of the caretaker Chief Minister in the meantime before the announcement of the role of the Chief Minister. Who will be the next Chief Minister is the big question. And Draupadi Murmu marks the occasion of the Constitution Day at the historic Central Hall of the old Parliament building. Prime Minister Modi will be attending the Constitution Day celebrations at the Supreme Court later today. And India remembers the dreaded attack in Mumbai that shook the country 16 years ago. It is the President and the Home Minister paying their tribute to the martyrs of the attacks that took place on 26/11/2008. And top general's critical review of other women officers serving in key command roles reflected in a letter. According to defense sources, the armed forces are committed to induction of women officers. US President-elect Donald Trump has promised to overhaul the Justice Department, saying that they're empty in lawless cases that are being filed. And the International Emmy Awards in New York City. It's Veer Das, the first Indian hosting the International Emmys. Well, it was the Indian sole entry into the Emmys for the Best Drama Series, The Night Manager, that lost out. It was nominated but lost to a French series instead. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the Game of Thrones in the state of Maharashtra and the race to who is going to become the new Chief Minister of the state. It is Eknath Shinde who submitted his resignation to the governor, but the decision is yet to be taken as to who will be taking on that role. In the meantime, it is Eknath Shinde who will be playing the role of the caretaker Chief Minister while there is a deadlock that continues. And it's Amit Shah who will be playing that very key role in order to mediate that decision that's going to come about and that announcement that's awaited, with Eknath Shinde there, taking on that role of the caretaker Chief Minister after having resigned from the post of the Chief Minister. Will he become the Chief Minister all over again, or will it be Devendra Fadnavis? Those are the two top contenders. Devendra Fadnavis, to remember, served as the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra between 2014 and 2019. It is the Shiv Sena that wants the Chief Minister's chair to stay with Eknath Shinde, while it is the BJP MLAs that are pushing for Devendra Fadnavis to be their top choice when it comes to the seat of power in the state of Maharashtra. It is Amit Shah who is likely to meet the Mahayuti leaders in order to take that decision. And we have my colleagues Radhika and Anu joining us from Mumbai. Radhika, over to you first. It is Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde who has now resigned, appealed to his party workers to not to gather in Mumbai in large numbers to show their support to him. This comes amid growing pressure by the Shiv Sena to make Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister all over again.
That's right. A big development. Of course, Eknath Shinde has tendered his resignation, and it is as expected as the term of Maharashtra government ended today. But what is interesting is that it was just his resignation that's required. Effectively, the assembly gets dissolved, the cabinet gets dissolved after the Chief Minister resigns. But what is interesting is that both the Deputy Chief Ministers, of course, Devendra Fadnavis, now of course the former Deputy CM, Devendra Fadnavis as well as Ajit Pawar were also present when Chief Minister Eknath Shinde tendered that resignation, which effectively is a kind of messaging that they want to send across that Mahayuti is together, they are united, and there are no disputes as far as Chief Ministership post is concerned. Of course, Eknath Shinde will continue to be the caretaker Chief Minister until the time government is formed, and there is an immense delay in government formation. Tons of meetings took place in the last couple of days, but now Mahayuti has to sit together. Those were individual party meetings that took place, but now they have to sit together in most likelihood with Amit Shah to come up with a name for Chief Minister's post. Is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis, an effective administrator, an experienced leader, somebody who drove BJP to this kind of victory with 132 seats? Or is it going to be Eknath Shinde, face of Ladki Bahin scheme, and somebody who is also being credited for many of the development projects as well, and somebody with a lot of grassroots connections? So who is it going to be? That remains to be seen. BJP, as you pointed out, backing Devendra Fadnavis, and Sena are pushing for Eknath Shinde once again. But BJP in an advantageous position here because it has 132 numbers. So therefore it just has to take the support of just Ajit Pawar faction, and Shinde doesn't even need to be in that equation technically for BJP to form the government, for Mahayuti to form the government. So therefore Eknath Shinde doesn't have the kind of negotiation advantage at this point. But again, we'll have to really see how things will pan out. Is it going to be Fadnavis or Shinde, or will it be a surprise name? But for now, Shinde has tendered his resignation. Effectively, the current assembly has been dissolved, and he will continue to be caretaker chief minister until the time a new chief minister has been appointed.
Right, Anuj with us as well. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us those details. Of course, caretaker chief minister for the meantime, before that announcement comes about. Anuj, take us through the stark difference in leadership when it comes to Eknath Shinde's last term and Devendra Fadnavis, who was serving the chief minister between 2014 and 2019, and the role that they've played in the state elections of 2024, and also the role that Ajit Pawar has to play in, the naming and the announcement of who will be the next chief minister.
In 2019, when Devendra Fadnavis completed his term as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he became the only second Chief Minister after Yashwantrao Chavan to have completed 5 years of term. It was an uninterrupted term because they had a majority in place along with the erstwhile United Shiv Sena. And of course, there were differences with Uddhav Thackeray's Sena even after the 2014 state assembly elections as well. But it was all managed very well by Devendra Fadnavis. Now, talking about his leadership style, he is looked at as an effective leader here from Maharashtra, right? He's got age on his side and he's got good relations with the Rashtriya Swayam Seva Sangh as well. He's one of those rare leaders which the BJP has, who has got good relations with Delhi and with Nagpur as well, and that becomes very crucial, especially after 2024 Lok Sabha elections. We saw Devendra Fadnavis played as a mediator, to strengthen or to improve the relationships between the BJP and the RSS. Now, he's been very effective with dealing with several problems, but, his image kind of dipped down a little after a couple of instances that took place from 2014 to 2019, and one of those is the increasing rate of farmer suicide, and that led to Devendra Fadnavis's decreasing popularity, especially in the rural belt of the state. And secondly, we saw what happened on 1st of January 2018 in Bhima Koregaon. That also, kind of hit or impacted his image of being an able home minister or an administrator. But overall, he's got a good record by his side. When you talk about Eknath Shinde, now Eknath Shinde, there were a lot of doubts on Eknath Shinde when he took over as the chief minister. He was, of course, not expected to be the chief minister, but when he took over, firstly, he is a Maratha face, right? And that helped the BJP and the entirety of the Mahayuti immensely. We see that Maratha reservation has been one of the topmost concerns of the government, and one person that has been on the radar of all the Maratha activists in this particular episode is Devendra Fadnavis. And in that case, to have Eknath Shinde as the leader and to have Eknath Shinde as someone to lead the face of the government becomes very crucial. We see that Eknath Shinde did that very effectively. He was in constant touch with Jarange Patil. He held several meetings with him, and many can credit him to have effectively handled the entire Maratha reservation issue. When we were going around, talking to people from different sections of population in Maharashtra before the 2024 state assembly election, we see that different sections had very favourable opinion of Eknath Shinde, and that necessarily wasn't the case with Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis does face a lot of criticism on different fronts, be it his handling of the home ministry in recent past. We've seen the crime rate, or there have been several instances where crime has become a pertinent issue in Maharashtra. And secondly, the entire caste dynamics also becomes becomes a bit of problem. And at the same time, when you have someone like Eknath Shinde, who's a Maratha face, he's loved by the farmers, he's very popular in the deeper pockets of the state, and he's equally popular amongst the urban section as well. He comes from Thane, and even in Mumbai, he's got good hold. So, that really helped the Mahayuti strengthen their campaigning before the 2024 state assembly election. And it was under his name that most of the schemes were popularized, be it Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, be it the River Connection Yojana, or be it many other policies of the government as well. So the Mahayuti as of now has been able to put forth a united face, and even today, as we saw Radhika speaking earlier, that all the three top ministers were present here, although it was only the resignation of Chief Minister that was required, but it was a united face that was put forth by the two Deputy Chief Ministers and the Chief Minister. But how much of this unity will stay, in the next 24 to 48 hours will become crucial to say, because we're seeing that there are several forces in Shiv Sena which are pushing hard for Eknath Shinde to be the Chief Minister. Of course, not openly, because they know that numbers is with the BJP, right? And even the overall narrative is with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Even someone like Ajit Pawar will be in a better position if Devendra Fadnavis becomes the Chief Minister as compared to Eknath Shinde, given that his regional party will not become a tertiary party in this particular alliance. But then at the same time, we are seeing that the caste issue is again being cropped up. We are seeing that there are several leaders who are pushing the fact that Eknath Shinde is a Maratha leader. He handled the Maratha reservation issue very aptly, and that does mean that his increased or his extended tenure would be helpful. More importantly, we have BMC elections coming up in the next 3 or 4 months, close to February or March, and that is the period when Shiv Sena's role will become very important, right? Because if there is any sort of chance of resurrection for Sena UBT to happen in Maharashtra, or especially in Mumbai, it has to be Mumbai elections. Of course, that will not be the only barometer that the Mahayuti will be looking at. They'll be looking at several other things as well. But, that does become a very important issue. Civic body elections haven't happened for the longest time, right? Panchayat elections will take place. So, yeah, there are several important levels of elections and executive procedures that the Mahayuti will have to keep in mind while naming their next Chief Minister, which in all likeliness would be Devendra Fadnavis as of now.
Right, Anuj. So, of course, that big announcement, and of course, before that big meeting with Amit Shah before that decision is finally taken. And staying with news from Maharashtra is Pawar versus Pawar in the Supreme Court, with that legal battle over the party symbol, with Sharad Pawar there filing a fresh affidavit in the Supreme Court with the Sharad Pawar faction there, saying that it is, Ajit Pawar who tried to confuse the voters. He tried to confuse the voters by exploiting the goodwill that was linked with the clock symbol. And that hearing that's coming up in the Supreme Court in regard to the Pawar versus Pawar legal battle that continues in regard to the symbol. We have my colleague Radhika and Sunil Prabhu with us. Sunil, over to you now. Take us through, what is it that Sharad Pawar has stated as far as the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned in this fresh affidavit, saying that, people were confused because of that clock symbol which really belongs to them.
That's right. They're giving a fresh affidavit. But of course, as you know, it's now academic. Whatever had to be done, the damage that had to be done is already done. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court will be hearing this matter. At last time round, they had given strict guidelines to the Ajit Pawar faction. But now Mr. Sharad Pawar trying to say that, Mr. Ajit Pawar had used the means which, confused the voter and allowed that election symbol and him to take the opportunity to take that benefit. So when a split of a party takes place, there'll be always the blame game between one faction to the other. In this, the Sharad Pawar faction has lost, but nevertheless, they filed an affidavit, and we'll have to wait and see what the court decides when it takes up this matter.
Right, Radhika also joining us in connection with this legal battle that continues, Radhika. And of course, the last time around it was, with the Supreme Court there asking Ajit Pawar not to, when it came to Ajit Pawar not using the photographs and the videos with the party symbol, asking, to stand up on your own legs in order to fight the elections. But of course, now Sharad Pawar there coming out and saying that the people were confused because of that particular symbol.
Certainly, NCP symbol, as I was pointing, is only intensifying before the Supreme Court. Now, fresh affidavit being filed by Sharad Pawar saying that the use of a clock symbol by Ajit Pawar created confusion among minds of voters, in a way indicating or rather hinting that the reason why, Ajit Pawar perhaps won the way he did is as a result of the confusion that it created among the minds of voters over who the real NCP is. And he also says that he has evidence to that effect and that he will be seeking permission. He has sought permission to submit 6 documents to prove it. Of course, a court had earlier asked Ajit Pawar to sort of give a disclaimer when it comes to using the symbol is concerned, which he had complied with, is what Ajit Pawar faction had been stating. However, Sharad Pawar not really backing down, once again knocking the court's door and stating that he continued using that, did not comply with the court's order, and Ajit Pawar continued to sort of create confusion among the minds of voters, as a result of which the results that we are seeing. Remains to be seen how the court will sort of take this forward. Will any sort of directives be given now that the elections are over?
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil and Radhika, for joining us with all those details. And switching tracks now to the Constitution Day that is being celebrated today, completing 75 years of adopting the Constitution, with mega celebrations planned by the government. Starting off and kick-starting those celebrations was President Draupadi Murmu at that grand celebration that took place inside the old Parliament building. Murmu there kick-starting the celebration, marking 75 years of the adoption of India's Constitution, with a joint address to both houses of the Parliament. The year-long celebration to mark the 75 years, which started with the President addressing that joint session in the Central Hall to mark and commemorate with the coin and a stamp that was released, and the President there that led the ceremonial reading of the preamble to the Constitution. It, and in terms of the event that reignited political tensions, with the opposition parties urging the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla to allow their leaders also to address the celebratory event. And this comes amid a backdrop of repeated boycotts, with 14 opposition parties skipping the event in 2019 and 2021, citing concerns over alleged violations of constitutional principles. It is the Prime Minister who will also later in the day be attending the Constitution Day celebration at the Supreme Court, where he'll release the annual report of the Indian judiciary.
हम भारत के लोग भारत को एक संपूर्ण प्रभुत्व संपन्न समाजवादी पंथ निरीक्षण लोकतांत्रिक गणराज्य बनाने के लिए तथा उसके समस्त नागरिकों को सामाजिक, आर्थिक और राजनैतिक न्याय, विचार, अभिव्यक्ति, विश्वास, धर्म और उपासना की स्वतंत्रता, प्रतिष्ठा और अवसर की समता प्राप्त करने के लिए तथा उन सब में व्यक्ति की गरिमा और राष्ट्र की एकता और अखंडता सुनिश्चित करने वाली बंधुता बढ़ाने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प होकर अपनी इस संविधान सभा में आज तारीख 26 नवंबर 1949 ईस्वी को एतद द्वारा इन संविधान को अंगीकृत, अधिनियमित और आत्मार्पित करते हैं।
This momentous day marks a historic milestone as we celebrate 75 years since Bharat adopted its constitution, a remarkable achievement for the world's largest and most dynamic democracy. Our nation thrives with remarkable economic growth, robust infrastructure, widespread digital adoption, all getting international recognition and accolades. These achievements are vindication that our Constitution has effectively anchored Indian democracy.
संविधान सभा में अलग अलग विचारधारा के लोग सदस्य थे। इसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने एक एक अनुच्छेद पर विचार किया, मंथन किया, पूरी गरिमा और मर्यादा से अपनी सहमति असहमति व्यक्त करते हुए संविधान की रचना की। सार्थक एवं गरिमापूर्ण संवाद की इस उत्कृष्ट परंपरा को हमें अपने सदनों में भी अपनाना चाहिए। हमारा संविधान देश में सामाजिक आर्थिक बदलाव का सुधार रहा है। करते काल में हम सामूहिक प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की और मजबूती से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
हमारे संविधान में प्रत्येक नागरिक के मूल कर्तव्यों का स्पष्ट उल्लेख किया गया है। भारत की एकता और अखंडता की रक्षा करना, समाज में समरसता की भावना का निर्माण करना, महिलाओं के सम्मान को सुनिश्चित करना, पर्यावरण की रक्षा करना, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को अपनाना, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति की सुरक्षा करना तथा राष्ट्र को उपलब्धियों की नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाना नागरिकों के मूल कर्तव्यों में शामिल है। हमारा संविधान एक जीवंत और प्रगतिशील दस्तावेज है। बदलते समय की मांग के अनुसार नए विचारों को अपनाने की व्यवस्था हमारे दूरदर्शी संविधान निर्माताओं ने बनाए थे। हमने संविधान के माध्यम से सामाजिक न्याय और समावेशी विकास के अनेक बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त किया है। नई सोच के साथ हम भारत को विश्व समुदाय में नई पहचान दिला रहे हैं।
Right, we just heard Draupadi Murmu there in that address to both the houses, and we have Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, through that address that we heard, Draupadi Murmu saying that we have achieved goals of social justice and development. She also released that coin and that stamp. Take us through the other celebrations that are planned in the course of the day.
Absolutely, Divya. In the last few years, we have seen that whatever the opposition raises, whatever campaign pitch the opposition raises, the BJP has this uncanny ability to just take it around and turn it around, on the opposition and completely own it. So today was a symbol of how the BJP really, wants to project himself and also believes in the power of the Indian Constitution, and that it wants to also be seen as a party, the only party that is capable of safeguarding the Constitution. So mega celebrations in the Central Hall of the old Parliament, which also is a symbolic of India's modern democracy. In fact, the celebrations were kick-started by President Draupadi Murmu herself, and she made some very important points. Of, the point that I liked the most was she chose to actually talk about the 15 women who played a very important role in the Constituent Assembly, in the framing of the Constitution, and she spoke about them. We know that many women were involved in framing of the Indian Constitution, from Dakshayani Velayudan to Ammu Swaminathan, but hardly people talk about it. The President made a mention of that. She spoke about prison reforms. She spoke about how Houses for the Poor has given them the ability to dream big. She's also spoken about India being a Vishwa Bandhu and the fact that we need to imbibe constitutional values as part of our daily life. So several important points there. The Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar spoke about MPs being guardians of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and he said that something like a disturbance actually threatens democratic institutions, so MPs should actually work towards creating more dialogue. So that, of course, was an inference to the continuing rancor and clamor that we see in the Parliament, and also disruptions. He also brought in the emergency of 1975 and said that that was a dark period for Indian democracy. Now that also is a big political flashpoint between the BJP and the opposition parties. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, of course, said that a lot of disagreements also prevailed during the framing of the Constitution, but all of that was constructive, which also led to something so powerful as the Indian Constitution. So very valid points there. The optics of it, Rahul Gandhi and of course Mallikarjun Kharge were also part of the dais, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also there. Today Rahul Gandhi, the opposition leader in the Lok Sabha, he is going to be addressing in just about a few minutes from now the Samvidhan Sammelan Abhiyan. So clearly the Congress party wants to double down on its narrative that it's the BJP that is that's a threat to the Constitution, something that has electorally failed in the recent elections. elections. Starting from Haryana, we saw, 75% of the reserved constituencies in Maharashtra voting for the BJP-led Mahayuti. So clearly, while the opposition's pitch around save the constitution has failed electorally, there is some doubling down by the opposition on that front. That's going to play out today. And the Prime Minister, like you rightly said, is also going to speak today at the Supreme Court. He'll also be, launching the annual report of the judiciary. So he's going to make important points as well. Second day of the winter session, and a palpable difference in the way, the body language and the optics of the opposition MPs and BJP MPs are. But today's Constitution Day celebrations, a short function, just 1 hour. But of course, some very important speeches made by the President, Vice President and the Lok Sabha Speaker.
Right, Vasudha, stay with us. In fact, like you mentioned, it is the Congress party that has asked citizens to protect the ethos of the Constitution. While taking a jab today at the BJP, Mallikarjun Kharge said that it's our duty to protect it and fight for its true values that have become all the more relevant today. And on the other side also, Siddaramaiah, they're paying a tribute to B.R. Ambedkar. Do remember Siddaramaiah, who had said that the Constitution enabled him to become the Chief Minister. And it is Aishwarya, our colleague, who spoke with Karti Chidambaram on the Constitution. Let's listen into what the Congress party has to say.
Well, joining with me, Senior Congress Leader Karti Chidambaram. Sir, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who is saying since 2015, Prime Minister is the one who took this particular day to celebrate and to spread the ideas of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The Congress has been saying that it is the BJP who is crushing the Constitution. It's a debate which is going on.
See, the Constitution is the basis on which our republic exists. And in the last 11 years, constitutional values and constitutional institutions have been eroded. That is a fact. The independence and the neutrality of constitutional institutions have been eroded, and we are fighting to save the Constitution. We are fighting to save the framework in which our republic exists. But we must celebrate the Constitution. It's a living document. We have to be very proud of it, and our founding fathers were very far-sighted in creating this document.
So it is the government's program that the ideas of Baba Saheb Ambedkar should spread across the country, and throughout the year this program is being launched by the government. How do you see such spread of
while they're celebrating the Constitution, they must also live by the spirit and the letter of the Constitution as well.
Do you think that they are literally crushing the Constitution?
So there is definitely institutional erosion and institutional capture and institutional collapse, and that is a fact. There are many institutions, constitutional functionaries, constitutional institutions have been captured, and their independence and neutrality has been compromised.
The debate over LOP not being given the position to speak today.
They have now decided that even the Prime Minister will not speak now. So I think the fact that once we wanted the LOP to speak, I think that perhaps they have altered the program. But it's only the President, the Vice President and the Speaker are speaking today.
Right, Vasudha back with us. Vasudha, from saving the Constitution to celebrating the Constitution Day, the Congress is saying that it's become even more relevant now to fight for its true values. That's what we just heard, whereas Karti Chidambaram or even Mallikarjun Kharge there, while taking a jibe at the BJP. Vasudha.
Absolutely, Divya, and I think the political subtext to this is very important because in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP faced its worst setbacks in the state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. In Uttar Pradesh, it was the PDA, which is the Pichda Dalit Alpsankyak narrative of Samajwadi Party that reduced the BJP to 31 seats. And of course, it was also in the Maharashtra campaign in which the BJP was reduced to just, the Mahayuti was reduced to just 17 out of 48 seats. But of course, all of that at least turned around in Maharashtra with the Mahayuti sweeping ensuring a landslide for the parties in Maharashtra just 2 days ago. So clearly this shows confidence that the BJP has, but the party does not want to take this particular aspect lying down. So it really wants to keep reassuring people of the country that it stands for representation, the reservation policy will not be altered, and that it specifically wants to reach out to deprived sections of the party, specifically SC, ST and OBCs, saying that the reservation policy is not going to be altered at all. And this is why the Prime Minister time and again during the election campaigns also said that as long as he is alive, the Constitution is not going to be touched or reviewed, and the reservation policy is never going to be altered. So this is one thing that the BJP is extremely cognizant about. It's a new BJP, since 2014. We have seen representation in the form of Ramnath Kovind, the erstwhile president, and also Draupadi Murmu, who is the first tribal president that the BJP came up with. And of course, in terms of even representation in states, constitutional status to say OBC commission, Commission. So the BJP makes it a point to keep reassuring the deprived sections of the society that it stands for their rights. And the best way to do that is to keep showing its belief and its conviction in the Indian Constitution, and also, completely idolizing someone like B.R. Ambedkar, who is a great icon of all communities, but at the same time has also been somebody who has framed the Indian Constitution. So many symbolic aspects to today's program, but also the political subtext cannot be really unseen here, because there's a large aspect of politics also in this. This is the BJP's, this is the ruling party's, the government's way of ensuring reaching out to deprived sections of people who have been in 2020 for some section of them, who had actually gotten attracted to the opposition's narrative that there is a danger to the Indian Constitution.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us from right outside the Parliament and taking us through all the details of, the opposition there, also celebrating Constitution Day there, demanding the protection and the fight for its true values. Moving on now to some international news coming in, and it's Donald Trump, the president-elect, who will be taking charge in the month of January, or the 20th of January is the swearing-in ceremony of Donald Trump, but he's questioning the U.S. Justice Department. He's signaling at a massive overhaul even before he takes charge. He's talking about how the Department of Justice is filing cases which are frivolous, motivated, and just politically driven, and that's why millions of worth of money is being wasted. This is public money that's being wasted in cases that are mounting, and that the attorneys, these are the attorneys that are being forced to take up such cases, is what Donald Trump has said, and that he is going to put an end to these lawless cases that are being filed. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news.
Welcome back. Two explosions occurred outside two clubs in Chandigarh on Monday night, with the police suspecting it to be a case of attempted extortion. To get more on this, let's just go across to my colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us. Gurpreet, one of the restaurants is believed to be owned by singer and rapper Badshah. Take us through, at what time did this really take place and what was the motive behind these blasts? And both the restaurants are believed to be very close to each other, not more than a distance of about 30 meters.
Well, yes, of course, early morning at 3 a.m. This blast has been taken place, and this is the one of the discos which belong to the rapper, who is a renowned rapper Badshah, and here that the blast has been taken place. So we can see these visuals here, the impact of the blast here in the early morning. The police have already got the CCTV camera footage, and from the footage they have already been understand that the two people had come on a bike and one had thrown some explosive substance. That is, police has been verifying. I'll go along with my camera person to the another disco where we will also show the impact of that blast had taken place here. The police had already roped in the forensic experts so that they will be able to understand what material has been used and what was the motive. In the preliminary investigation, what we have learned from the police sources, they say it seems it could be possible attempt to just extort money from these owners, because these are the gullible people. What we have learned, this extortion racket is already been run from here. So this is the second disco which we are showing, and I'll request my VJ to just focus all the pictures here so that we will be able to show all these pictures to our viewers. Also, we can see here they had thrown that some explosive substance, and the impact of that explosive substance, we can see this broken window which we are showing at this point of time to the viewers. That seems to be a huge impact here. So now the police have already called all the forensic experts, and they have already gathered all the evidence from the spot so that they will be able to get all the evidence, and they will be able to connect all the leads which they are getting. The CCTV footage which they have already procured by the police, they are also trying to identify those people, and what we have learned, these forensic experts, they are trying to get all the leads from this spot. I'll also show this CCTV camera which has been installed from this place so that they will be able to monitor all the situation what is happening outside of these discos. And here in sector 26 districts, we have seen huge number of the parties are being thrown by the youngsters also, and these are the famous place where this incident had taken place. We have seen the SP, SSP, Chandigarh, they have already probing this case in detail, and all the leads are being taken by the police. And what we have learned, the CCTV camera footage from entry of this sector and from the other CCTV camera footage from the various locations, they are trying to get, so that they will be able to find out who are the people behind this blast. And this preliminary investigation, which is already been carried by the police, they say they are also trying to find out the call details, and they will be able to trace out these people. So let's see, because as of now the prime core investigation which is being carried by the Chandigarh police to find out what substance they had thrown and why there is a huge impact of the blast. So that is the prime core investigation which is being taken by the Chandigarh police. So let's wait for more time to understand, because forensic expert, they have already collected all the evidence from the spot, and they are trying to examine, so that they will be able to get more clarity what explosive material was being used to just throw the blast. But one thing that was very clear at that time, 3 a.m., when there was nobody, no loss of anything more than this property loss, which we have already shown to our viewers. So it seems that they are being targeted with a specific motive, and that motive is a part of investigation which is being carried by Chandigarh police. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, thankfully there was no loss that has been reported as far as human loss is concerned, but of course loss to property and that damage that we are seeing on our screens in regard to that blast that took place. There were 2 explosions that took place in Chandigarh between 2:30 and 2:45 from what we are hearing. Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. With that, we're slipping in a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Eknath Shinde resigns as Maharashtra's Chief Minister, but will continue as the caretaker Chief Minister till the announcement of the new Chief Minister of the state. Draupadi Murmu marks the occasion of the Constitution Day at the historic Central Hall of the Old Parliament building, and it's Prime Minister Modi who will be attending the Constitution Day celebrations at the Supreme Court. And India remembers the dreaded attack in Mumbai that shook the country 16 years ago. The President and the Home Minister paying their tribute to the martyrs of the 26/11 terror attacks that took place in 2008. Top General's critical review of other women officers serving in key command roles reflected in a letter. But it's the defense sources that we're hearing from saying that the armed forces are committed to induction of women officers. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Tamil Nadu. Very heavy showers are expected over the next 48 hours, and which is why schools and colleges have closed in some parts. It is the Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, who's gone on to say that the state is fully prepared, and which is why precautionary measures are in place. NDRF teams are also on standby in the state of Tamil Nadu. My colleague Sam Daniel joining us to get us more on this. Sam, take us through the situation on the ground and what is the forecast saying in terms of which are the areas of concern.
Divya, we come to you from the Germany flyover area in the heart of Chennai, where here there is well above ankle deep waters. Vehicles wade through waters here, and Chennai has been receiving showers over the last 1 hour, and the forecast for Chennai is moderate rainfall today. And the focus, of course, is now on the Delta districts, particularly in Nagapattinam, Kadalur, Thiruvarur, and the Karaikal region of Puducherry, where the Met has forecast extremely heavy rainfall today and tomorrow because of the deep depression over the Bay of Bengal. And the Tamil Nadu government says it's prepared. Already monitoring officers have rushed there. They've also kept ready shelters in these areas just in case if it requires evacuation of people. And fishermen have been advised to not venture into the sea. Those who are already in the sea have been asked to come back safe to the shores. And it's a rain holiday for schools and colleges in most of these areas in the Delta region. And in Chennai, the forecast is moderate rainfall, and on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there could be heavy rainfall as the deep depression intensifies. Whether it will turn into a cyclone, that's something the Met Office says they're keeping a close watch on. At the moment, they're unable to predict its intensity. And the Delta areas bracing for extremely heavy rainfall, and authorities say they're fully prepared. In Chennai, for instance, authorities have activated water pumps in many low-lying pockets like this to be ready to pump out waters. But largely, they say the storm water drains, although they're not ready yet, even 3 years after the work began. They say in many pockets, the system works efficiently, but in low-lying pockets, this is a major challenge, and they are depending on motor pumps to be able to pump these waters out. The big worry, of course, is whether this will turn into yet another nightmare like last year. Around this time, Chennai and many pockets of southern districts witnessed flood-like situation. causing large-scale devastation to infrastructure in those areas, and that's the larger worry. But at the moment, things are under control. The state government saying they're fully prepared. Divya.
Prepared, and which is why precautionary measures are being taken. Sam, you stay safe as well. We will keep coming back to you to know what's the situation that unfolds in Chennai over the next 24 hours. A word of caution to all our viewers as a red alert warning has been sounded off by the Met Office. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Welcome back. Today marks the 16th anniversary of one of the most tragic and harrowing chapters in India's history, the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. And as we remember the victims of the attacks, their families and the survivors, we also pay tribute to the countless acts of heroism and the resilience that followed the tragedy. In the criminal trial is Tahavur Rana, a key conspirator of the 26/11 attacks, recently moved the US Supreme Court to block his extradition. Earlier, lower courts in the United States had allowed his extradition to India, but he is a known associate of David Headley, one of the main conspirators of 26/11. Rana has lost all his other lower court battles in the United States, but this is the last legal appeal that he is making so that he can't be sent back to India. He has, in fact, exercised his final legal option in the United States by moving the Supreme Court. And with that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more to stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is
Eknath Shinde resigns as Maharashtra Chief Minister. Shinde to continue as caretaker Chief Minister until the new Chief Minister takes over. President Draupadi Murmu marks the occasion of Constitution Day at the historic Central Hall of Parliament. PM Modi attends Constitution Day celebrations. It's India bloc versus the NDA over Constitution. Opposition says that it's the lifeblood of our nation. They push for a Lok Sabha discussion. Top General's critical review of other women officers serving in key command roles reflected in a letter. Defense sources say that we are committed to induction of women officers. US President-elect Donald Trump vows to overhaul Justice Department, says empty, lawless cases are being filed. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. It's a huge face-off that has erupted over Constitution Day celebrations. India bloc MPs have now written to the Lok Sabha Speaker. We are learning in this letter, India bloc MPs have asked for the Lok Sabha Speaker to hold a two-day discussion on the Constitution. Well, India bloc MPs have now written this letter and have asked that there must be discussion on Constitution. Well, and they are asking for a two-day Constitution. That is what we are learning. Well, celebrations have started, and it's going to be an year-long celebration of the Constitution Day of 75 years of adopting the Constitution. Well, President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, Prime Minister Modi, also Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi were all present at the Parliament today and also read the preamble to the Indian Constitution on the occasion of 75 years of Constitution of India. But this face-off now that has erupted between the NDA versus the India bloc, this looks like it's going to escalate further, and now the India bloc is demanding a two-day discussion. Listen in to the reactions that have come in, Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as we've spoken to Gaurav Gogoi.
संविधान दिवस पहले भी मनाया गया था, आज भी मनाया है, और हम ये चाहते हैं कि इसको 2 दिन डिस्कशन देना चाहिए. डिटेल में संविधान के ऊपर अगर डिस्कशन हुआ तो लोगों को मालूम होता संविधान का महत्व क्या है. अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स क्या है, अपने सेक्युलरिज्म के बारे में क्या है, सोशलिज्म के बारे में क्या है, ये सारी चीज़ें हम पार्लियामेंट के थ्रू लोगों को समझा सकते हैं। इसीलिए हमने लेटर भी लिखा है और डिमांड भी किया है कि 2 दिन का डिस्कशन पार्लियामेंट में होना चाहिए।
Senior Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi is with me, sir. The opposition wants a 2-day discussion in the winter session on Constitution of India. Today, the government celebrated this day. What's the demand and why is that demand so?
See, today is a very special occasion where we are remembering the contribution of our constitution makers, and we just want to take this opportunity to allow in both houses all political parties to reaffirm their commitment to the constitution. I think it's a very positive and constructive discussion, and the government should not have any concern regarding it.
Gaurav sir, save the debate versus celebrate the constitution. Save the constitution versus celebrate the constitution debate is on, and it has been BJP MPs who have been saying since 2015 it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had started this celebration. How do you see that, sir?
I think it's necessary at this point not to make any political points. The constitution is for the 140 crore citizens of India. It belongs to all of us and not to one political party.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Gaurav Gogoi speaking to NDTV.
My colleague Aishwarya also joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on this issue. Well, we do understand, Aishwarya, this has become a major flashpoint between the NDA and the India bloc. Even as the India bloc is now demanding a 2-day discussion on constitution, the BJP also has posted a video of Rahul Gandhi saying that he's insulted a tribal president. He left without saying namaste to the president, and this only looks like it's going to escalate further.
Well, certainly it is the opposition parties and the treasury benches who have been playing politics over the constitution debate. Of course, the Congress party leaders have been stating that it is those people and it is the Indian National Congress who follows the constitution. Rather, there is only a photo of opportunity that the Bharatiya Janata Party seeks. It is, of course, the government of India who had planned a grand event which will just not end today but will last for at least an year. And the government wants the ideas of Baba Saheb Ambedkar to be circulated across the country. But it is the BJP who had released now a video stating that Rahul Gandhi even did a namaste to the President of India, which is an insult to a person who is at the top of constitutional position. Remember, yesterday it was the Congress MPs who had written to the Lok Sabha Speaker demanding a change in the plan as far as today's event is concerned. They want LOPs to be addressing the joint session as well, which is something, a tradition according to them. And now today not being given opportunity, only those people who have been sitting on a constitution position, President of India, Vice President and Lok Sabha Speaker spoke today. It is a 2-page letter that has been written by the leader opposition of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and demanding that they want a 2-day specific session on the Constitution of India, because it is just not Bharatiya Janata Party who can celebrate the Constitution. It is each and every individual MPs who wanted to put forward their views, their ideas in front of the House, and therefore the reason perhaps a 2-day session should be called. Whether that demand will be accepted by the Lok Sabha Speaker and Rajya Sabha Chairperson is something that remains to be seen.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Well, huge politics over the matter now, and this has become another flashpoint between the NDA and the India bloc. Well, President Draupadi Murmu had kick-started the celebrations marking 75 years of the adoption of India's constitution with a joint address to both houses of the parliament today. Historic year-long celebration to commemorate the 75 years of adoption of Constitution of India began today under the campaign tagline, Hamara Samvidhan, Hamara Swabhiman. Well, President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, PM Modi, Rajya Sabha LOP Mallikarjun Kharge, as well as Lok Sabha LOP Rahul Gandhi, Union Ministers including JP Nadda, also read the preamble to the Indian Constitution on this occasion. Well, Draupadi Murmu today recalled that President of India Rajendra Prasad had earlier said that keeping the constitution alive depends on the people who govern it. And well, she had also said that the government has given opportunities to all sections of society, especially the weaker section, providing them electricity facilities, permanent housing, world-class infrastructure that is being created on a large scale in the country. Listen in.
हमारे संविधान में प्रत्येक नागरिक के मूल कर्तव्यों का स्पष्ट उल्लेख किया गया है। भारत की एकता और अखंडता की रक्षा करना, समाज में समरसता की भावना का निर्माण करना, महिलाओं के सम्मान को सुनिश्चित करना, पर्यावरण की रक्षा करना, वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को अपनाना, सार्वजनिक संपत्ति की सुरक्षा करना तथा राष्ट्र को उपलब्धियों की नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाना नागरिकों के मूल कर्तव्यों में शामिल है। हमारा संविधान एक जीवंत और प्रगतिशील दस्तावेज है। बदलते समय की मांग के अनुसार नए विचारों को अपनाने की व्यवस्था हमारे दूरदर्शी संविधान निर्माताओं ने बनाए थे। हमने संविधान के माध्यम से सामाजिक न्याय और समावेशी विकास के अनेक बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त किया है। नई सोच के साथ हम भारत को विश्व समुदाय में नई पहचान दिला रहे हैं।
Whatever the opposition raises, whatever campaign pitch the opposition raises, the BJP has this uncanny ability to just take it around and turn it around, on the opposition and completely own it. So today was a symbol of how the BJP really, wants to project himself and also believes in the power of the Indian Constitution, and that it wants to also be seen as a party, the only party that is capable of safeguarding the Constitution. So mega celebrations in the central hall of the old Parliament, which also is a symbolic of India's modern democracy. In fact, the celebrations were kick-started by President Draupadi Murmu herself, and she made some very important points. The point that I liked the most was she chose to actually talk about the 15 women who played a very important role in the Constituent Assembly, in the framing of the Constitution, and she spoke about them. We know that many women were involved in framing of the Indian Constitution, from Dakshayani Velayudan to Ammu Swaminathan, but hardly people talk about it. The President made a mention of that. She spoke about prison reforms. She spoke about how houses for the poor has given them the ability to dream big. She's also spoken about India being a Vishwa Bandhu and the fact that we need to imbibe constitutional values as part of our daily life. So several important points there. The Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar spoke about MPs being guardians of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and he said that something like a disturbance actually threatens democratic institutions, so MPs should actually work towards creating more dialogue. So that, of course, was an inference to the continuing rancor and clamor that we see in the Parliament, and also disruptions. He also brought in the emergency of 1975 and said that was a dark period for Indian democracy. Now that also is a big political flashpoint between the BJP and the opposition parties. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, of course, said that a lot of disagreements also prevailed during the framing of the Constitution, but all of that was constructive, which also led to something so powerful as the Indian Constitution.
Well, the Karnataka Congress also today paid tributes to B.R. Ambedkar. Well, the Congress party has urged citizens to protect the ethos of the Constitution, while also taking a jab at the BJP. Mallikarjun Kharge today had said that it's our duty to protect the Constitution and fight for its true values. That becomes all the more relevant. Well, remember, Siddaramaiah also today had said that the Constitution had enabled him to become the Chief Minister.
இந்திய மக்களாகிய நாம் இந்திய நாட்டினை இறையாண்மையையும் சமநல சமுதாயமும் சமய சார்பின்மையும் மக்களாட்சி முறையையும் அமைந்ததொரு குடியரசாக நிறுவனவும் அதன் குடிமக்கள் அனைவரும் சமுதாய, பொருளியல், அரசியல் நீதி, எண்ணம், அதன் வெளியீடு, கோட்பாடு, சமய நம்பிக்கை, வழிபாடு இவற்றில் தன்னுரிமை, சமுதாய படிநிலை, வாய்ப்பு நலம் இவற்றில் சமன்மை ஆகியவற்றை எய்திட செய்யவும் அவர்கள் அனைவரிடமும் தனி மனிதனின் மாண்பு, நாட்டு மக்களின் ஒற்றுமை, ஒருமைப்பாடு இவற்றை உறுதிப்படுத்தும் உடன்பிறப்புரிமையினை வளர்க்கவும் உள்ளார்ந்த உறுதியுடையவராய் இருப்போம். நன்றி.
2024 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP faced its worst setbacks in the state of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. In Uttar Pradesh, it was the PDA, which is the Pichda Dalit Alpsankyak narrative of Samajwadi Party that reduced the BJP to 31 seats. And of course, it was also in the Maharashtra campaign in which the BJP was reduced to just, the Mahayuti was reduced to just 17 out of 48 seats. But of course, all of that at least turned around in Maharashtra with the Mahayuti sweeping, ensuring a landslide for the parties in Maharashtra just 2 days ago. So clearly this shows confidence that the BJP has, but the party does not want to take this particular aspect lying down. So it really wants to keep reassuring people of the country that it stands for representation, the reservation policy will not be altered, and that it specifically wants to reach out to deprived sections of the party, specifically SC, ST and OBCs, saying that the reservation policy is not going to be altered at all. And this is why the Prime Minister time and again during the election campaigns also said that as long as he is alive, the constitution is not going to be touched or reviewed, and the reservation policy is never going to be altered. So this is one thing that the BJP is extremely cognizant about. It's a new BJP, since 2014 we have seen representation in the form of Ramnath Kovind, the erstwhile president, and also Draupadi Murmu, who is the first tribal president that the BJP came up with. And of course, in terms of even representation in states, constitutional status to say OBC commission. So the BJP makes it a point to keep reassuring the deprived sections of the society that it stands for their rights, and the best way to do that is to keep showing its belief and its conviction in the Indian constitution, and also completely recognizing someone like B.R. Ambedkar, who is a great icon of all communities, but at the same time has also been somebody who has framed the Indian Constitution. So many symbolic aspects to today's program, but also the political subtext cannot be really unseen here, because there's a large aspect of politics also in this. This is the BJP's, this is the ruling party's, the government's way of ensuring reaching out to deprived sections of people who have been in 2020 for some section of them, who had actually gotten attracted to the opposition's narrative that there is a danger to the Indian Constitution.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more as updates come in. Meanwhile, news from Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde today resigned as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and was appointed the caretaker Chief Minister by Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan. Well, Eknath Shinde, along with his deputies Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, had arrived at the Raj Bhavan to meet the governor as the Maharashtra Assembly term comes to an end today. However, the suspense over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra continues. Until the new government is formed, Shinde will be the caretaker Chief Minister. With Eknath Shinde's resignation, the process of new government formation along with cabinet composition will start. Now, as per sources to NDTV, we are learning that Amit Shah is likely to mediate here and a meeting is expected in Delhi. When is that going to happen? Let's get more information from my colleague Radhika as well as Anu joining us on the broadcast here. Radhika, what more can you tell us? When is this meeting expected? We are learning that Devendra Fadnavis, other Mahayuti partners are also expected to meet Amit Shah.
Well, that is the expectation. Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar expected to meet Amit Shah in Delhi or Mumbai. Again, there's no clarity on when that meeting is expected to happen. Amit Shah is going to play the role of mediator since there is no clarity on who the Chief Minister is going to be. Of course, Eknath Shinde did tender his resignation. Today was the end of the term as far as the Maharashtra Assembly is concerned. The Assembly stands dissolved. This was, of course, expected. But as a show of strength, both Devendra Fadnavis as well as Ajit Pawar were present when Eknath Shinde did give resignation in order to sort of project an image of unity, in order to send a message that there is absolutely no dispute as far far as the allies within Mahayuti are concerned. We know for a fact that there is a delay in terms of the announcement of Chief Ministership post. Is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis? Is it Eknath Shinde? Or is it going to be a new face? That is the big question. Of course, Eknath Shinde drove BJP to this huge victory. 132 is the number that it garnered. So several within the BJP backing Fadnavis as the next chief minister, talking about the experience that he has and of course how he's been the chief troubleshooter for the alliance Mahayuti in itself, and Eknath Shinde of course being credited for Ladki Behan scheme and multiple other projects in Mumbai, Maharashtra, and also being projected as a pro-Maratha face, while also talking about how he's a grassroots level leader who has a lot of connect with the rural as well as urban population. So positives on both sides. Shinde Sena members really pushing for Eknath Shinde to be retained as the chief minister. But how will this play out? Because BJP can just take the help of Ajit Pawar and form the government. They don't really need the support of Sena. But that could be an extreme scenario. Of course, at this point, they are staying united. But who will be that CM face? The suspense really continuing. Multiple meetings expected to take place. We know that legislative party meeting of BJP is also pending. That could also happen in a day or two. But the most important meeting could be with Amit Shah in order to come to a consensus on the CM face.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Anuj also. Anuj, what's happening in both camps? The Fadnavis camp as well as Shinde camp. What are you learning about?
Today morning a very interesting thing happened, and as was highlighted by Radhika earlier, it is only the Chief Minister's resignation that is required, as a formality. But we saw that first Ajit Pawar, followed by another Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, and finally Eknath Shinde. All three of them made a point to be present in front of the governor, while presenting the resignation, showing very clearly that it is the resignation of the entirety of the Mahayuti government and not just the Chief Minister, although that is also, considered to be as a fact. But what this shows is that at least at the surface level, they are trying to put forth a united face, and it becomes even more important to highlight, when we are talking about such kind of scuffles or possible scuffles between different factions of Mahayuti taking place, which means that they're not really going to give up on the unity, they are not really going to give up on the alliance that easily. Now it becomes crucial for Eknath Shinde's camp to compromise to a certain extent. We're seeing that they have a strong, part of an alliance there. They have got as many as 57 MLAs, which is still 75 less than what the Bharatiya Janata Party had. And as all the leaders from both the camps, have said that there were no pre-poll promises being made in this election. Amit Shah was there, and one thing was communicated with all of them is that the decision on who is going to become the Chief Minister will be taken after the results are out. And of course, numbers was not something that was put at the fulcrum of this entire issue back then. But right now we're seeing that the kind of majority that the Bharatiya Janata Party has, they are only 13 less from majority, from the BJP itself getting a majority, which makes it very clear that it is BJP's Devendra Fadnavis who is going to, in all likeliness, become the Chief Minister of the state. More importantly, he's also got the backing of RSS, something that not a lot of BJP leaders across the country may enjoy at this point of time. And he's a very important
work in favor of Devendra Fadnavis and things that work in favor of Eknath Shinde also. But is there any scope of a non-BJP CM in Maharashtra with Eknath Shinde? Of course, there are reports, there are speculations that Eknath Shinde, being the front runner, could also be appointed as the next chief minister. But yes, the odds are very much in favor of Devendra Fadnavis. Radhika, if you could also tell us what's really causing this delay. I mean, we do understand as per sources, this information that we got yesterday as well, that there is no mandatory obligation to decide, to take a decision today itself as the term of the assembly ends today. But what's really causing this delay? Devendra Fadnavis was here in Delhi for a brief period yesterday, we believe. Then he went back to Mumbai. Eknath Shinde was supposed to come to Delhi. Those were according to the reports, but that also did not happen.
That's right. There is no constitutional mandate that government have to be formed on November 26. Although the term ended today, of course, resignation tendered as per protocol. But he's been appointed as the caretaker chief minister, which is good enough, is something that several of the experts feel. Because at this time, there is no crisis as such. There's no hung assembly. It's just discussions and deliberations that have to happen in order to come up with a chief ministerial phase. And after which, of course, oath-taking ceremony will happen. So several within the Sena, BJP, NCP feel that they're not in a hurry because this is not like a constitutional breakdown as one would say. They will continue to do their administrative tasks as the caretaker chief minister while going through the deliberations on who can be the chief ministerial post. So yes, the delay is clearly because of the support that Shinde has and the support that Fadnavis has, the influence both of them wield respectively within Sena and within BJP. So therefore, all the pros and cons are being weighed within Mahayuti. We know that Ajit Pawar is backing Devendra Fadnavis. That is good enough for Mahayuti to form government. But at the same time, Eknath Shinde is a pro-Maratha face. He could be of benefit to Mahayuti when it comes to the upcoming Mumbai civic body polls, wields a lot of influence at that grassroots level, whereas Fadnavis is an experienced administrator. So at this point, all the pros and cons are being weighed, in order to come to a consensus on the chief ministerial phase, which is why this delay. And this delay is not going to cause any sort of breakdown in terms of constitution or in terms of administration, something all the, leaders within Mahayuti are telling us. So therefore, they feel there is no need to hurry.
All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Thanks, Anuj, as well, for bringing us all those details there. Our team of reporters continues to track the developments on the ground, and we'll be going back to them in just a bit and try and get more information as it comes. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where
I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi.
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
Welcome back after the break. US President-elect Donald Trump has today tweeted exposing the vendetta and malicious politics against him by the deep state. He said in his tweet that millions of taxpayers' money was used to put false accusations against him in order to derail him. He has also called out the US Justice Department and names of various district attorneys who ran this alleged malicious agenda against him. Well, his tweet says that the cases against me, like all of the other cases I have been forced to go through, are empty and lawless and should never have been brought. Over $100 million of taxpayers' money was wasted in the Democrat Party's fight against their political opponent. That's me. He's also gone on to say that nothing like this had ever happened in a country before. They've also used state prosecutors and district attorneys such as Fani Willis and her lover Nathan Wade, who've had zero experience, absolutely zero experience in cases such as these, but were paid millions, enough for them to take numerous trips and cruises around the globe. He's also said that unethically and also probably illegally, these campaigns were run on getting Trump and also people were forced to do so by the Justice Department and the Democrat Party. He said it was a political hijacking and a low point in the history of our country, that such a thing could have happened, and yet I persevered against all odds and won. Make America great again. That's the tweet that was put out by Donald Trump. We also have Mr. Brahmachelani, strategic affairs expert, joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. How do you look at these grave allegations and accusations by Donald Trump against the Biden administration? He's also called out the US Justice Department here.
Well, these are not just mere allegations. The fact is that half the American public believes that the justice system in the US has been weaponized. This is the reason why 3/4 of Americans, according to one Gallup survey, believe that American democracy is broken. The justice system has been both politicized and weaponized. One reason why Trump has been reelected is the fact that they tried to build a legal wall around him. They tried to use the court system to finish him politically. They failed in that effort, but in the process, they made him into a hero in the eyes of the common Americans, especially those who have traditionally supported the Republican Party. And so this weaponization of the justice system against Trump and against other political opponents in the US has helped Trump and some other Republicans who have been elected to Congress or to other public offices. But there is a larger issue which is also relevant to India, which is that not only has the US justice system been politicized and weaponized, but as we have seen in the case of the Biden administration's 2 indictments that relate to India. One was an indictment that was against a former Indian intelligence officer, and most recently an indictment against Gautam Adani, that the Biden administration has also used the US justice system as an instrument of foreign policy. So there are both domestic and international aspects about the politicization of the US justice system.
This tweet absolutely brings to focus how the same deep state has been using this modus operandi against Indian businessmen by accusing them in false cases.
Well, and this is troubling because the US-India relationship is pivotal to balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. But because of the actions of the Biden administration, the momentum in this relationship has been lost, and will require effort on the part of the incoming administration led by Donald Trump to revive that momentum. The US-India partnership needs to be strengthened, needs to be expanded, and it's very important that that neither the justice system in the US be employed as an instrument of foreign policy against India, nor should the Khalistan card be used against India the way it has been used since last year. For example, when Prime Minister Modi last visited the US in September for the group for the summit of the Quad, on the eve of his visit, the White House hosted Khalistan militant leaders at the White House. They were briefed by senior administration and intelligence officers, and this meeting was publicized by the White House as if to send a message to New Delhi. And I think that such steps certainly have done some damage to the US-India relationship.
Absolutely.
And that damage needs to be repaired.
Do you think that's expected in the near future once Donald Trump takes over? With this tweet also, he signaled a massive overhaul. Well, of course, he aims to bring positive change in the country, and also in the US Justice Department, as he referred, that it has been running a malicious campaign.
It's a good question. The thing is that we know what Trump intends to do. The big question is whether he'll be able to do it, because the deep state is very powerful. Its tentacles extend everywhere, and the Justice Department includes the FBI, which is a very powerful, some would say an all-powerful organization. And in Trump's first term, instead of cleaning the swamp in Washington as he promised to do, he was at the receiving end of the deep state. So it's an open question whether in his second term, he'll be able to do what he had promised in the first term, because now, of course, he's much wiser. He has better knowledge of how to get things done. But still, the deep state is the deep state. It is a very powerful state, and it's a state within the state. It's a state that controls strategic policy. It controls institutions, and dethroning the deep state will be quite a Herculean task for Trump, despite all his promises.
Absolutely. It's not going to be an easy road for Donald Trump ahead, but he has been categorically also repeatedly saying that he aims to bring development as well as positive changes in the country once he assumes his responsibility. Well, of course, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV and also putting things in perspective for us here, for our viewers also here. Thank you so much. All right, we are now shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Chandigarh. We are learning 2 explosions took place outside 2 clubs in Chandigarh on Monday night, with the police suspecting it to be a case of attempted extortion. As per officials, the blast took place in Sector 26 outside the Seville Bar and Lounge that is owned by singer and rapper Badshah, and also outside the Diora Club. Well, the CCTV footage shows a man throwing what is suspected to be crude bombs at the clubs and running away. Both the restaurants are 30 meters away from each other.
We have seen Chandigarh police have already started investigation into this matter, and what we have learned from the preliminary investigation, this is the place where the blast had been taken place. The police were trying to find out what type of the material had been used and why this disco, which is one of the happening places in Sector 26 Chandigarh, where we have seen huge youngsters, they come here for the party, and why this disco has been targeted by the people who had just thrown something and which was exploded later, and now the Chandigarh police was trying to find out all the detail, what type of the material was being used for this blast which has been taken place. Not only this disco was targeted a few meters away. I'll request my VJ to show that place also. There is a few meters away, there is another disco which was being targeted where another blast had been taken place. Now the main question, the police were trying to investigate these angles to find out why these discos are being targeted. But here where we are reporting at this point of time, I'll request my VJ to show these pictures. We can see this broken glass here. This is what we have learned from the police sources also. This is the impact of the blast that had been taken place in front of this disco. So now the question is that what type of the material has been used and what was this blast. So that is the main core investigation which Chandigarh police are trying to investigation. But what we have learned from the sources in the preliminary investigation, they learned it might be possible this blast had been taken place in front of these discos, and these discos had been targeted in wake of getting extortion money from these people. So that is the angle of investigation which is being carried by the Chandigarh police. But the Chandigarh police says once they will be able to get all the CCTV camera footage from various places to find out who are behind this blast. So we can see here in front of this entry, because here is the entry where we have seen a lot of people, they enter inside the disco. We can see CCTV camera has been installed here. So now, as of now, they are trying to find out the technical evidence. They are also trying to find out who are the people behind this blast, and that investigation is being carried by the Chandigarh police. So they are also trying to find out what type of material had been used, and for that they had already roped in forensic experts so that they will be able to get all the technical evidence in this case.
All right, we'll get you more on that as developments take place. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking now. It's Pawar versus Pawar at the Supreme Court. Well, amid the legal battle over the NCP symbol, we're learning now Sharad Pawar has filed an affidavit in the top court. The affidavit says that Ajit Pawar tried to confuse voters and he tried to exploit the goodwill linked with the clock symbol. Remember, the Supreme Court had earlier asked Ajit Pawar-led NCP to issue a disclaimer in newspapers that the matter of allocation of the clock symbol to it was sub judice. Well, the court had also directed Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar factions to not waste their energies in the court and instead try to woo voters for the upcoming Maharashtra elections. Then, well, Sharad Pawar also, remember, had moved the apex court against the Feb 6th order of the EC, recognizing Ajit Pawar-led group as the real NCP. All right, I'm being told my colleague Sunil Prabhu and also Radhika are joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on this developing story. Well, Sunil, when are we expecting this matter to be heard in the top court? Well, Sharad Pawar also has filed an affidavit in the Supreme Court saying that Ajit Pawar had tried to confuse the voters. Give us more information about that.
Well, hopefully after lunch, it's been listed and we'll be able to see what they have to say. This is, of course, of academic exercise. Whatever you say in the affidavit, whatever the Supreme Court does, it's ultimately now, water. You're really to use crying over spilt milk. It's going to be a little bit too late. Whatever you do, whatever fine you do, whatever the Supreme Court may comment, and whatever Mr. Sharad Pawar is alleging, it's the damage has already been done. So we'll have to wait and see how things play out. But definitely, he has put it on an affidavit to say that Mr. Ajit Pawar used unfair or was able to fool the people with the clock symbol and take complete mileage in this entire exercise.
Absolutely. Let me go across to Radhika also. Radhika, what's really the Sharad Pawar camp planning to do next? I mean, the matter, of course, is going to be heard in the court, but what's their strategy now going to be?
That's right, Sharad Pawar not really backing down. Once again, he's knocked the doors of Supreme Court and this matter is only continuing as far as the symbol row goes. Now filing an affidavit saying that Ajit Pawar has only tried to mislead the voters by using the clock symbol, in a way indicating or rather hinting at the fact that, the Ajit Pawar faction won the elections by misleading the voters by using clock symbol, which was traditionally associated with Sharad Pawar. So that's what he's in a way indicating. But too late perhaps. Of course, assembly elections are over, results are out, but Pawar really not backing down. He had earlier filed this plea asking the court to restrict Ajit Pawar from using clock symbol, but the court allowed Ajit Pawar to use the symbol, but at the same time asked him to use a disclaimer saying that the matter is sub judice. And later the court also asking both the factions to sort of stop wasting their time in court and woo voters. But after the assembly election results, once again Sharad Pawar going ahead and filing this affidavit, also saying that he has evidence to prove that voters were misled by using this particular symbol and, the voters were fooled and so on. So we'll have to see, what the court will say, whether court will take cognizance and issue any sort of directives or orders. That is something we'll have to wait and watch on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details. Well, Sunil Prabhu as well for getting us all those details on that. Well, the court hearing expected to take place after lunch. That is what we're learning at the moment. We'll get you more on that as updates come in. Meanwhile, we are now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking. After creating history in 2023 by assigning women officers to command roles in armed forces outside the medical stream for the first time, now we're learning a top general has written a letter in his assessment of the role of women officers in the Indian Army, raising serious questions on the performance of women colonels who were recently cleared for the post following a ruling by the SC. Well, the assessment written by a Corps Commander of the Indian Army is directed to the Eastern Army Commander and called for greater training of women officers who display a range of traits the general believes need to be corrected. Well, this letter has been shot off to the Eastern Army Commander complaining about various issues with women officers serving in key command roles.
Hard-hitting assessment of the role of 8 Indian women officers of the rank of colonel in a very important corps of the Indian Army. Remember, it was after a Supreme Court order that women were allowed in command positions in a number of areas of the army. This general, the lieutenant general in question in this letter to the Eastern Army commander, says that many of the women in his under his command, there were 8 women, show, and I quote, have serious concerns regarding interpersonal relations. There is a lack of tact and understanding, an exaggerated tendency to complain, mundane ego issues which spiral out of control, a my way or the highway kind of approach to decision making, a serious misplaced sense of entitlement and an overgrown ego, a lack of empathy, the overambition in certain women commanding officers, an uncontrolled urge to make derogatory statements, that they are not trained to be commanders and they are seeking immediate gratification for minor achievements. Now, all of this is important because it does come from a very senior officer, somebody with a sterling reputation. I should mention that this just is about a small group of Indian Army officers, and there is no suggestion over here that women should not be in command roles in the Army, but these are his observations of these 8 women under his command. I have reached out to defense sources who have indicated that the Indian Army is committed to the induction of women officers, that these were the first batch of women to assume command roles post a ruling of the Supreme Court to elevate women to these ranks. The training of women officers is an ongoing process, and leadership roles need to be based upon years of experience in junior leadership roles to prepare officers for command and subsequent ranks, and that the suggestions made were meant to improve the training standards within the Army in order to further integrate women into the force. And as I mentioned, that this is not something which reflects the view of the Army on all officers. This is about a certain limited number of officers in this particular corps.
All right, we have news now coming in from the national capital as Delhi continues to breathe toxic air, with the air quality in the national capital still in the severely toxic category. There are challenges which especially abled also face. As a person with a locomotor disability and a medical professional commuting from Ghaziabad to GTB hospital, we've spoken to Dr. Satendra Singh, who's highlighted the challenges faced by people.
We are talking about climate justice, which is a very important area. We are often excluding disability justice from the whole discussions. And if you look at the graph 4, it is not only the graph 4 which is problematic. In fact, graph 3 is also problematic because if you look at BS3 and BS4 vehicles, both petrol and diesel, they are being barred in both graph 3 as well as graph 4. The graph 3-4 restriction says that we cannot commute. I have to take leave today because I cannot go because metro is accessible. The moment you get out of the metro, what you will see is inaccessibility everywhere. And we are talking about the capital of India. The guidelines for making all public places accessible was 14th of June 2022. And now we are in the Amrit Kal, and you can see that again there are these restrictions. I'm not in favor of a complete shift to the online mode. Hybrid mode is there where there is a flexibility, and what we want to do is that we need to shift to the universal design of learning so that every learner who is having irrespective of a children with or without disability, they can be accommodated in the learning atmosphere and they can learn. And for that you don't need a strict online mode. Rather you need a flexibility approach, a hybrid approach, a synchronous and asynchronous learning in that way. When there is a one type of a didactic mode of instructions where there is just a screen and there is no one-to-one engaging conversations, then they tend to lag behind because there is a not direct conversation despite the means of engaging the students, but there is that thing. The second thing, the screen lighting and timing also, it affects a lot of people who are either having some chronic neurological conditions or otherwise also.
Well, news from Tamil Nadu now. Heavy rains continue to lash parts of Tamil Nadu. IMD has now predicted heavy rain for the next 2 days as well. Remember, schools and colleges are closed in parts of Tamil Nadu. And Chief Minister Stalin has said that the state is completely prepared to tackle any emergency. Well, several parts of Chennai continue to be waterlogged. And what we are learning that the IMD has now said that there is a possibility of extremely heavy rain for the next 2 days. Well, my colleague Sam gets us more.
It's a rainy day in Chennai as the Met has forecast moderate rainfall, even as there is a red alert for the Delta districts with a forecast for extremely heavy rainfall in districts like Nagapattinam, Mayiladurai and Thiruvarur, where as we speak, intermittent rainfall is being received there. The Met says the depression over the Bay of Bengal has now intensified into a deep depression, because of which there will be extremely heavy rainfall in at least 4 delta districts today and tomorrow, including Nagapattinam, Mayiladurai, Kadalur and Thiruvarur, besides the Karaikal region in Puducherry. Authorities say they are fully prepared. Monitoring officers have rushed to these areas. Senior bureaucrats, besides NDRF and SDRF teams, have also been deployed there to make sure they are on standby, just in case if required. It's a rain holiday for schools and colleges in many of these 4 districts, and authorities say they've also kept ready many shelters just in case if people ought to be evacuated. Fishermen have been advised to not venture into the sea, and those who are already in the sea have been asked to return to the shore quickly. In terms of preparedness, in places like this in Chennai, it's well above ankle deep waters. This is near the well-known Gemini flyover, and authorities say the stormwater drains in many pockets have reduced the impact of the flooding, but in areas like this, low-lying pockets, there is inundation as well. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin says the state is fully prepared and all eyes will be on the delta areas which are bracing for extremely heavy rainfall today and tomorrow. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, for NDTV.
All right, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Eknath Shinde, Maharashtra Chief Minister Shinde to continue as caretaker Chief Minister. President Draupadi Murmu marks the occasion of Constitution Day at the historic Central Hall of Samvidhan Sabha. PM Modi attends Constitution Day celebrations. It's India bloc versus NDA over Constitution. The opposition says it's the lifeblood of our nation. Top General's critical review of our other women officers serving in key command roles reflected in a letter. Defense sources say they are committed to induction of women officers.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the state of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi, quickly taking you to the headlines we are tracking at 2 p.m. NDA versus India bloc over Constitution Day. India bloc MPs write to Lok Sabha Speaker, demand 2 days of discussions on the 75th anniversary of adopting the Constitution. Karnataka Congress MLA speaks against party's guarantees in the state, says will ask CM to roll back few guarantees. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Kumar clears the air. No question of stopping the guarantees. Suspense continues over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Shinde resigned, Sena hopeful he will be making a comeback. Waterlogging woes return in low-lying areas of Chennai after moderate rainfall. Pumps deployed to drain out water. Now, today was in fact, celebrations of the 75th anniversary of adopting the Constitution of India, and this became the topic of face-off between NDA and the India bloc. The Treasury benches versus the opposition. The India bloc MPs have written to the Lok Sabha Speaker and have demanded discussions to be held for over 2 days on the Constitution. India bloc has upped the ante against the NDA government, while the MPs write to the Lok Sabha Speaker and demand this discussion on the Constitution. There so far has been no word from the Lok Sabha Speaker on the India bloc's demand.
संविधान दिवस पहले भी मनाया गया था, आज भी मनाया है और हम ये चाहते हैं कि इसको 2 दिन डिस्कशन देना चाहिए। डिटेल में संविधान के ऊपर अगर डिस्कशन हुआ तो लोगों को मालूम होता संविधान का महत्व क्या है, अपने फंडामेंटल राइट्स क्या है, अपने सेक्युलरिज्म के बारे में क्या है, सोशलिज्म के बारे में क्या है। ये सारी चीज़ें हम पार्लियामेंट के थ्रू लोगों को समझा सकते हैं। इसीलिए हमने लेटर भी लिखा है और डिमांड भी किया है कि 2 दिन का डिस्कशन पार्लियामेंट में होना चाहिए।
Senior Congress leader Gaurav Gogoi is with me, sir. The opposition wants a 2-day discussion in the winter session on Constitution of India. Today, the government celebrated this day. What's the demand and why is that demand so?
See, today is a very special occasion where we are remembering the contribution of our constitution makers, and we just want to take this opportunity to allow in both houses all political parties to reaffirm their commitment to the Constitution. I think it's a very positive and constructive discussion, and the government should not have any concern regarding it.
Gaurav sir, save the debate versus celebrate the Constitution. Save the Constitution versus celebrate the Constitution debate is on, and it has been BJP MPs who have been saying since 2015 it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had started this celebration. How do you see that, sir?
I think it's necessary at this point not to make any political points. The Constitution is for the 140 crore citizens of India. It belongs to all of us and not to one political party.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Gaurav Gogoi speaking to NDTV.
Let's go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us with more details on this story. Aishwarya, it was supposed to be the celebrations for Constitution, but the opposition has attacked the government once again, calling it of endangering the Constitution in the last over 10 years of Prime Minister Modi's rule, and now are demanding a discussion. Has there been any reaction from the Treasury benches and the Lok Sabha Speaker on this?
Well, regarding the Constitution celebrations, it is both the opposition parties and the Treasury benches who wanted to make their point clear, who wanted to send across their message to people in large that they are the savior of this Constitution. They are the ones who follow the Constitution, and therefore the reason perhaps today when there was the celebration in the old Samvidhan Sadan, in the old Parliament building at the Samvidhan Sadan, it was of course the leader of opposition who was placed on the dais, but it was outside the Parliament where the floor leaders have come out and stated that they have written a letter to the Speaker of Lok Sabha that they want and demand a 2-day specific session on the celebrations of adoption of Constitution and 75 years of Constitution, because each and everyone has their own views. They wanted to present their views in front of the public as well, and therefore the reason perhaps the session should be called, and they wanted to take participation on that. It is Congress MPs who have stated that they follow the Constitution, and this is mere a photo op opportunity that the government has done today early in the morning while the joint session was called. There is no word from the Lok Sabha Speaker or the Rajya Sabha Chairperson whether the demand will be accepted or not as far as the 2-day special session on Constitution is concerned, whether that discussion will be done or not. But perhaps there had been letters after letters which have been written by the opposition MPs to Lok Sabha Speaker. First, why not Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge was given chance to speak on this issue and made the speakers on this very day. And second letter now on demand of the 2-day session to discuss about the Constitution of India.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us at this moment. Let me also bring in Mr. Matthew Antony of the Congress Party and Mr. Pradeep Bhandari of the Bharatiya Janata Party. On this, but before we do that, let's just also listen into this attack which has come out from the Bharatiya Janata Party on Rahul Gandhi. The BJP claims that Rahul Gandhi has insulted the president and left without, in fact, the cursory courtesies to the president. The BJP's attack came after the Constitution Day event. Right, so this was the charge of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Antony, how would you like to respond to what the BJP is saying on this event? In fact, saying that the leader of opposition left without extending courtesies to the President of India.
Ankit, the whole BJP's existence is on debranding Rahul Gandhi and defaming Rahul Gandhi. On one hand, they say Rahul Gandhi is irrelevant, Rahul Gandhi is immature. On the other hand, they invest billions of dollars into damaging the brand of Rahul Gandhi. It's not something which they have started today. They have started this decades back. And now, Amit Malaviya's existence in BJP is on Rahul abuse. So it is not about anything to do with the President of India. It is not about anything to do with Rahul Gandhi also. It is about the very own existence of Amit Malaviya inside the BJP system. That his only existence is on abusing Rahul Gandhi. That's the only thing, it doesn't need this kind of a statement also. It doesn't need this kind of an importance also because he just moved from the meeting from being there at the diet. You see JP Nada also standing in the same corner with doing the same thing.
Right. Okay, Mr. Bhandari, if you point out to these visuals that has been in fact publicized by the BJP and especially the IT cell head, it's both corners. One is the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Nada, and on the other is Rahul Gandhi. Both turn around and move out. Is the BJP making a mountain out of a molehill?
Well, Ankit, look at the history of Congress Party, in particular Rahul Gandhi. When Draupadi Murmu ji was made the president, it took ages for Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra and Sonia Gandhi to wish them. If you remember, when Prabhu Shri Ram's Pran Pratishtha happened on 26th of January, it took ages from the Congress Party to even commemorate it. In fact, they made an issue that the president was not there, whereas the president was invited. Then when the president visited Ayodhya Ram Mandir, again they mocked it. The larger trend in the history of the Congress Party, in particular of Rahul Gandhi, has been to mock the first tribal president of India. This is why if you see in the visual, it was not unconscious by Mr. Gandhi, it was consciously done to not wish the president and not respect the president. Had Mr. Gandhi had the history of respecting the first tribal president of India, we could have understand what Mr. Matthew had said. But since his history has been on disrespecting the first tribal president of India, this visual is only in the line of the further disrespect to the president of India.
Mr. Antony, they're calling it a deliberate act.
If Rahul Gandhi's is a deliberate act, then JP Nadda's is also a deliberate act. He was also in the same corner. You see the visual, you analyze the visual, and there are even more visuals, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is sitting and greeting the president, many a time. So isn't the Prime Minister also insulting the President of India?
Mr. Bhandari, it's a very important juncture that we are at. We are celebrating 75 years of the Constitution. Should these kind of issues be what this day should be marked with?
Who started this?
Mr. Bhandari?
Well, absolutely, Ankit, yes, because it took 70 years and it took Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2015 to be the first Prime Minister of India to officially celebrate the 26th November as Constitution Day. The Congress Party for 70 years could not even remember that 26th November has to be celebrated as the Constitution Day. Yes, it is extremely important because Congress Party has disrespected the Constitution. It took them 40 years to respect Baba Saheb Ambedkar. In fact, the Bharat Ratna to Baba Saheb Ambedkar was given by a Bharatiya Janata Party supported government. It is so whether it is Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who is a Dalit, or whether it is Draupadi Murmu ji, who is a tribal, the Congress
Would you say
Party
the same thing? Because in between the Congresses, Congress's rule, Mr. Bhandari, there were 6 years of Mr. Vajpayee as well. Would you say the same thing, that he also forgot the Constitution because he did not celebrate the Constitution Day as Prime Minister Modi is doing?
Well, it was a 6-year thing. The NDA never had the intent of not celebrating it. However, if you look at the history of the Atal Bihari Vajpayee's government, for example, the Jharkhand, the first tribal state, it was the NDA government which did it. So look at the history is what I'm talking about. And here again, just 10 seconds, Ankit. Please tell me, when has the Congress party respected the first tribal president of India at any occasion? If he can show me any visual in the past many years, then I would believe Mr. Matthew's charge.
Okay, I'm completely out of time, but I'll have to give 10 seconds to Mr. Matthew Antony to respond to what Mr. Bhandari is saying. Go ahead, Mr. Antony.
There are so many visuals, which is there. They only do selective visuals, which they put it out. There are so many visuals, which we have, and we have no place of disrespect to the President of India. Whether it is a tribal, whether it is anyone, for that matter, whether it is a woman, whether it is a man, it doesn't matter. We respect the President of India's office. But do BJP respect the Constitution? Because whenever we have ruled this country, we have leave the Constitution.
There's some breaking news coming in. I'll have to leave it here. Thank you for your patience and your time and presenting your party's view on this. Moving on to this breaking news, which is coming in from Bangladesh at this moment. Bail has been denied to the priest in Dhaka, and India has reacted to this. India has said that this is deeply concerning. India has said that a denial of the bail after attacks on minorities is deeply concerning. The Ministry of External Affairs has spoken on the Hindu priest's arrest in Bangladesh, and it said, unfortunate that the perpetrators remain at large. This is the statement on the arrest of Chinmay Krishna Das Brahmachari on November 26, 2024. The Ministry of External Affairs says, we have noted with deep concern that at least the arrest and the denial of the bail to Sri Chinmay Krishna Das. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is joining us at this moment. Mohammad Ghazali, India time and again has raised this issue of the minorities, especially the Hindus, being targeted in Bangladesh after the fall of Sheikh Hasina government. This recent incident is only reiterating the fact of the safety of the minorities, which remains a concern in Bangladesh.
Yeah, since August, it's been 3 months, and MEA, or the External Affairs Ministry spokesperson, have reiterated this time and again almost every week, because almost every week there were incidents of attack on the minorities, and this one being a major one, because he's a known priest there who has been voicing his, he has been registering his protest against the attack on the minorities, and that is why he was picked up. He has been booked under charges of treason and all. And that is why he was also denied bail today. And the Hindu community there, back there in Bangladesh, back here in India as well, they have been voicing a strong protest, and they're urging the government of India to take some corrective action. The MEA, meanwhile, is having a very tightrope walk when it comes to the atrocities against the minorities. The Indian High Commissioner there in Bangladesh is in constant touch with the new government under the advisor Mr. Yunus there. Mr. Yunus has been saying perhaps that this is just propaganda, and there has been no attack on minorities as such, but multiple videos and incidents have been reported by the local media. Videos have surfaced on social media where in the last 2 weeks there have been attacks against the minorities, and this one being a major one because this priest was one of the leading voices or face there in Bangladesh who was condemning the government's high-handedness against the minorities, and how the government, not just the government, but the security forces are carrying out these atrocities, or even backing those fringe elements back there who are carrying out these attacks as well as harassing the minorities. Now we'll have to see whether these repeated statements from MEA will have any impact there back in Bangladesh, because Indian High Commissioner is also in touch with its counterpart in Bangladesh, and the government is urging the Bangladeshi government to take corrective action, put those who have been attacking the minorities behind the bars, and allow the law to take its own course.
Thank you for joining us with all those details. Mohammad Ghazali reporting there on this concerning story coming in from Bangladesh. Meanwhile, there has been continuous infighting in the JPC over the Waqf board. In fact, now the fighting has come out in broad daylight. JPC members have asked the chair to visit West Bengal. The Waqf JPC, in fact, and the TMC MP insist that no more time to file the report. The Waqf JPC and in this entire JPC, the opposition members have in fact met the Lok Sabha Speaker, and the opposition MPs have sought more time for this JPC to conclude its report. Now, will the term be extended or not? That is going to be the big question.
जैसे भी हमारे सोमनाथ बाबू भी दिए नहीं थे।
हाँ, ऐसा सब कोई नहीं।
सोमनाथ बाबू भी दिए नहीं थे।
कलकत्ता चलिए, पटना चलिए, ये चलिए, लखनऊ चलिए,
भुवनेश्वर आए थे, भुवनेश्वर आए थे।
आपको लिए सब कुछ है, लेकिन हम लोग का स्पीकर है, समझा? आपको लिए सब, आपको जल्दी क्यों, जल्दीबाजी क्यों? अरे बढ़ गया, अरे हम हुई नहीं पता, अरे आपको पता नहीं पता, हम तो बोला है, हम लोग स्पीकर साहब को, हम लोग के लिए स्पीकर साहब सब कितना दिन हो तो स्पीकर साहब वो हमारा लीडर, हम लोग के लिए स्पीकर है। हम लोग बोल रहे आप जितना साथ दिया है इतना साथ कोई स्पीकर नहीं देंगे, हम लोग का जितना साथ।
जैसे भी हमारे सोमनाथ बाबू भी दिए नहीं थे।
हाँ, ऐसा साथ कोई नहीं।
सोमनाथ बाबू भी दिए नहीं थे।
कलकत्ता चलिए, पटना चलिए, ये चलिए, लखनऊ चलिए,
भुवनेश्वर आए थे, भुवनेश्वर आए थे।
Going across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, now this has become one of the most contentious JPCs. We have seen ugly scenes inside the discussions while the JPC was now on. Now, what are you picking up from your sources regarding this extension that the opposition MPs have sought?
Well, these visuals that we are witnessing on our screens are just outside the parliament, and it was Kalyan Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress who faced the JPC chairperson Jagdambika Pal, and when they met each other, it was Mr. Kalyan Banerjee who asked Jagdambika Pal to visit the state of West Bengal. Remember, it was earlier the 5-state tour that the JPC had to visit, but in between they had to stop it. And it was Jagdambika Pal who did not visit the state of West Bengal, and therefore the reason perhaps Kalyan Banerjee was asking him to visit the state of West Bengal to get a clear picture as well. Now remember, there was a letter written by the opposition MPs or the part of the JPC to the Lok Sabha Speaker, and they have sought 15 days of extension to submit its report, but the government sources and the sources within the Bharatiya Janata Party, who are the MPs of the JPC, had clearly stated that the report is almost ready. The consultations had been done. There had been several stakeholders, the 6 ministries that had been called for the presentation, all had been completed, and there is no need for an extension, and they are ready to submit this report before the last date of intersession of Parliament, that they are bound to do so. But it is Kalyan Banerjee who is stating that because the Speaker, who had saved the opposition members many a times, this time as well he will agree to their demand and the extension will be given. Now, whether that will happen or not, the word will only come from the Lok Sabha Speaker, but something unusual, something which is not seen very much in the sense when the opposition MPs got to meet JPC chairperson out in open, and there was some bitterness and some laughter as well when Kalyan Banerjee met Jagdambika Pal and insisted him to visit West Bengal before submitting the report of the JPC on Waqf Amendment Bill.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details. Shifting focus now to Karnataka, where is there a question mark over the guarantees that the Congress party gave in the state of Karnataka, or at least announced them before winning the elections, and then they were rolled out? Now, one Congress Karnataka MLA has spoken against these guarantees. Congress MLA has said, we'll ask the Chief Minister to roll back some guarantees, unable to give houses to the poor. The MLA has left the Congress government in Karnataka red-faced, and now the Deputy Chief Minister has lambasted the MLA and said that he will show cause, notice to him. Now, DK Shiv Kumar has hit back and has said he cannot speak like this, and there is no question of stopping the guarantees. The powerful Deputy Chief Minister clearing the air.
ಇವಾಗ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮನೆಗಳು ಕೊಡೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಅದೇ ನಾವು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2-3 ಈ ಗಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡಾಡೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯಾವ 1-2 ಯಾವ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತೆಗೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮನೆಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಭದ್ರವಾಗಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪರಾಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು 40,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಯೋಚನೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಾಥ್ ಕೊಡೋಣ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡಿ.
And this is Congress party. I am going to issue my show cause notice. We can't do that. No question of closing any guarantee. Whatever may the cost come, we are committed to the people of Karnataka. We will implement it, and anyone can't raise the voice. Anyone. If any eligible is there, now who is not eligible, we will rectify. That is what we are doing in this BPL card. So like that, who is not eligible, who doesn't want, we can think of. A Congress MLA can't speak anything, or even a worker. I am going to issue my show cause notice.
Let me go across to my colleague Veera Raghav, who is joining us with more details. Veera Raghav, is it the realities pinching in as far as the cost of these, guarantees is concerned, or is DK Shiv Kumar, with the kind of anger that he has shown, he has now put a full stop to all these possibly politically, hot potato to the opposition?
It's more of a strong political statement to say that there cannot be a question of the guarantee scheme, especially given that in the backdrop of the by-polls, Ankit, post-poll surveys, several other surveys indicating that the guarantee scheme of the Congress still remains the biggest resonating point as far as the electorate is concerned. So not wanting to send out any ambiguity as far as the state government's commitment to fulfill the guarantees, or ensuring that there is no question mark over whether the state government is in doubt about it. That's pretty much DK Shiv Kumar's statement. But the Vijayanagar MLA's statement comment is something of a murmur that one has heard within the Congress amongst several MLAs, questioning the lack of funds for certain development projects, whether it is in Bengaluru or outside, and blaming the guarantee scheme for it. However, there are nuanced economic arguments that are there underneath the political, face-off that one sees about the guarantees, and those nuanced arguments have been taken into consideration. For the moment, the state government in Karnataka categorically sending out a message by sending a show cause notice from the Congress president and the deputy chief minister, saying that he will send a show cause notice to the Vijayanagar MLA for his comments. That's a reiteration of the government's position as far as the guarantees are concerned, and its commitment to fulfill them through the 5 years they hope to be in power.
Veera Raghav, thank you so much for putting this in perspective for our viewers. Moving on now, ladies and gentlemen, the suspense continues over who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra after the massive victory of the Mahayuti in the state. What we'll do, we'll take a quick commercial break at this moment, and we'll get you more details after a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party,
is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi. NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Let's get you our top story in which 6 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, including 2 girls. They were taken to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Dar al-Bala. The death toll from the 13-month long war in the Gaza Strip between Israel and Hamas has surpassed 44,000. Around 90% of the population of 2.3 million people have been displaced, often multiple times, and hundreds of thousands are living in tent camps with very little water, food, or even basic services. Just weeks ahead of winter, the cold weather and rain have arrived in Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of people cramped into tent camps and no homes to return to. Humanitarian organizations have said that they have struggled to bring in basic supplies because of Israeli restrictions. The ongoing fighting and the breakdown of law and order in Gaza. The United Nations Humanitarian Office has warned of a stark increase in the number of households experiencing severe hunger in central and southern Gaza. The amount of food Israel has let into Gaza the past 7 days has plummeted, now at nearly the lowest levels of the entire war. The Israeli military displays what it claims are some of the Hezbollah weapons and equipment that was found in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah began attacking Israel on the 8th of October in 2023, a day after Hamas's raid on southern Israel, setting off more than a year of fighting. It escalated into an all-out war in September with massive Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon and later an Israeli ground incursion into the country's south. Now, Hezbollah has fired thousands of rockets into Israeli cities and towns, including nearly 250 on Sunday itself. Israeli officials say Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, this is the security cabinet, is set to convene on Tuesday to discuss a proposed ceasefire deal to end fighting between Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah. Villages in southern Lebanon were heavily damaged as viewed from northern Israel on Monday. Exchange of fire continued between the Israeli army and Hezbollah, while the Israeli ambassador to Washington said a ceasefire deal to end fighting between Israel and Lebanon-based militants could be reached within days. In Lebanon, a quarter of the population has been displaced, and parts of the country, particularly in the south of Lebanon and areas south of the capital Beirut, have been destroyed. Tens of thousands of Israelis who were evacuated from the border months ago are presuming and are pressuring their government to go home. And the world wants to stop the regional conflict from spreading after more than a year of fighting. And turbulent weather is compounding the challenges facing displaced people in Gaza, where heavy rain and dropping temperatures are making temporary shelters uninhabitable. Hamas officials in the coastal enclave said on Monday that nearly 10,000 tents had been swept away by flooding over the past 2 days, adding to their early warnings about the risks facing those sheltering in low-lying floodplains, including areas designated as humanitarian zones. Now, strong windy weather caused by high sea waves that flooded hundreds of tents for displaced Palestinians in Mawasi, a makeshift camp near Khan Yunis, adding further plight to difficult lives faced by many amid the ongoing Israeli military campaign. This is the campaign in Gaza. Kharkiv's regional military administration shared footage on Monday of the aftermath of Russia's latest attack on Kharkiv city centre that injured at least 23 people. The attack on the city was carried out with a modified S-400 missile, according to Kharkiv official. It targeted a central, densely populated residential area. A Russian man was convicted and sentenced to 13 years and 6 months in prison on Monday after being found guilty of high treason for a video he sent to Ukraine's security services, the latest in a series of espionage cases involving the conflict. Russian news reported that the verdict, as far as the case is concerned, against Nikita Zhuravil, who is already serving a 3.5-year sentence for burning a Quran in front of a mosque. Prosecutors said that she filmed a trainload of military equipment and warplanes in 2023 and sent the video to a representative of Ukraine's security agency. Ukrainian President Zelensky stressed on Monday that Ukraine will respond to Russia for everything it does. His comment came after the latest Russian strikes hitting civilian areas in Kharkiv and Odessa. 25 people have died in Kharkiv and 11 have lost their lives in Odessa. These are Russian officials claiming on Monday that its forces attacked Ukraine's energy facilities, while Ukraine reported on the same day that its troops were engaged in over 200 battles on the front lines over the past day. The Russian Defense Ministry said that the Russian army attacked Ukraine's military airport facilities, energy facilities that provided support for Ukraine defense enterprises over the past day. The Russian air defense system intercepted 4 joint direct attack munition bombs, shot down 45 drones, and also intercepted 8 ballistic missiles from the Ukrainian side, is what the ministry had to say. On the same day, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine said in a war report that 217 battles took place in the frontline areas. It is probably only a matter of time before the Russian troops take full control of Kurakhov in the Donetsk region in the eastern part of Ukraine, said a military expert in a televised interview with China media group aired on Tuesday. The 5th Brigade of the 51st of the Combined Arms of the Southern Military District of the Russian Federation has entered the center of Kurakhov, as what the All Russia State Television and Radio Broadcasting Company had to say on Monday. Ukrainian President Zelensky noted on social media on the same day that the Ukrainian army was facing a difficult situation in the direction of Kurakhov. This was fierce fighting that is going on in the area that has been going on for more than a month. Hong Kong's top court on Tuesday upheld earlier rulings that favored subsidized housing benefits and equal inheritance rights for same-sex married couples in a landmark victory for the city's LGBTQ+ community. And women across Latin America marched on Monday to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Many wore purple handkerchiefs that has become a symbol of feminism, and green to represent calls for legal, safe and free abortion. Feminist organizations and groups in Mexico City marched from the capital's iconic roundabout of the Women Who Fight monument to the National Palace in the city's main square. In Venezuela, crowds of women also rallied as they marched through the streets, chanting and holding banners aloft. Organizers called the demonstration the Butterfly Walk, a reference to the three sisters who campaigned against his dictatorship in the Dominican Republic. Hundreds of people defied a government ban and road closures in Istanbul on Monday to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Demonstrators gathered near the city's iconic Taksim Square, brandishing posters and chanting against violence against women in Turkey. More than 100 people were detained by the police after those clashes. In 2021, Turkey withdrew from the Istanbul Convention, a landmark European treaty protecting women from gender-based violence, and Turkey was the first signatory of the treaty, which bears the name of its largest city. The Istanbul Convention states that men and women have equal rights and obliges state authorities to present and to take steps to prevent gender-based violence against women, protect victims and prosecute perpetrators. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen threatened on Monday to possibly bring down France's minority government by the end of the year through the vote of a no-confidence motion. Le Pen made her remarks after a meeting with Conservative Prime Minister over next year's budget and other issues. Barnier was to meet with some other political leaders from the left and the centre later in the day, but it was Le Pen who said that lawmakers from her National Rally party, including herself, would vote a no-confidence motion if the budget bill now being debated at the parliament stays as it is. Le Pen said that she expressed red lines, including refusal to raise electricity taxes and the need to increase state pension based on price hikes as of January. A DHL cargo plane crashed on approach at an airport in Lithuania's capital and skidded into a house on Monday, killing a Spanish crew member. The cause of the accident is under investigation. A surveillance video from a nearby company showed the plane descending normally as it approached the airport and then exploding into a huge ball of fire behind a building. The moment of impact could not be seen in the video. The head of the country's firefighting service said that the plane skidded a few hundred meters, and photos showed the smoke rising from a damaged structure in an area of barren trees. The person who was killed was a member of the flight crew, but not the pilot. Firefighters freed two pilots from the cockpit, one of whom was more seriously injured, and the aircraft made a turn to the north of the airport, lining up for a landing before crashing a little more than 1.5 kilometers short of the runway. An advocate for major social media platforms told an Australian Senate committee on Monday that laws to ban children younger than 16 from the sites should be delayed until next year, at least instead of being rushed through the parliament this week. Sunita Bose, managing director of Digital Industry Group and advocate for the digital industry in Australia, including X, Instagram, Facebook and TikTok, was answering questions at a single-day Senate committee hearing into the world-first legislation This is a legislation that was to be introduced into the Parliament last week. Now, both said that the Parliament should wait until the government commissioned the evaluation of age assurance technologies that is completed in June of next year. The legislation would impose fines of up to 50 million Australian dollars or 33 million US dollars on platforms for systemic failures to prevent young children from holding accounts. It seems likely to be passed by the Parliament by Thursday with the support of major parties. It would take effect a year after the bill becomes law, allowing the platforms time to work out technological solutions that would also protect users' privacy. Opposition protesters gathered outside Georgia's parliament early on Monday as lawmakers prepare to hold their first session since the country's October 26 election. Demonstrators spent the night outside the parliament building, making their voices heard as they protested the country's election results that kept the governing Georgian Dream Party in power. Now, members of opposition parties have announced that their refusal to participate in parliamentary activities. Opponents say last month's vote was rigged and suspect neighboring Russia's influence. Many Georgians view the election as a referendum on the country's effort to join the European Union. The Central Election Commission said that the Georgian Dream won about 54% of the vote. As far as the election in October is concerned, its leaders have rejected the opposition claims of voter fraud. The Thanksgiving travel rush is expected to be bigger than ever before this year in the United States, with 80 million people in the U.S. all expected to venture at least 50 miles from home between Tuesday and next Monday, most of them by car. Thanksgiving Day, falling so late in the year, has altered traditional travel patterns, and at airports, the Transportation Security Administration says that it could screen a record number of U.S. air travelers on Sunday. Meanwhile, the head of the Federal Aviation Administration says a shortage of air traffic controllers could even cause flight delays. Stars and creators from at least 21 countries gathered on the red carpet on Monday night, Tuesday morning for the 52nd Annual International Emmy Awards. The Indian comedian and actor Veer Das, who won the International Emmy Award in 2023 for his stand-up special Landing, hosted this year's prestigious award ceremony in New York. The night manager was the sole Indian entry at this year's prestigious event. This is a series that competed for the Drama Series Award but lost to French series. This was an Apple TV's Drops of Gold that won in that category. Veer Das, the first ever Indian to host the awards, revealed that he was nervous before hosting the awards. He also brought in the much-known wit, looking dapper in an outfit by a new designer, Delhi-based designer Shubhangi Bajpai.
It's all the same. I think you have to punch up, and people with power who you punch up at, and I think comedy and politics are very similar forms of public speaking, except with one you're laughing intentionally and one you're laughing unintentionally. Otherwise, they're essentially the same thing.
Aunts of Eric and Lyle Menendez testified on their behalf on Monday as the brothers seek to have their 1989 convictions re-examined in the shotgun murders of their parents in their Beverly Hills home more than 30 years ago. The brothers were scheduled to be seen in court for the first time in decades at the hearing in Los Angeles, but technical problems prevented them from appearing virtually from a San Diego prison. They were found guilty of murdering their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, in 1989 and sentenced to life in prison without parole, while their defense attorneys argued at the trial that they had been sexually abused by their father. Prosecutors denied that and accused them of killing their parents for money. In the years that followed, they repeatedly appealed their conviction without success. Now, Kitty Menendez, the mother's sister, and the father's sister asked for their release on Monday, saying that 35 years was a long time for the brothers after suffering abuse. And let's switch tracks now to Delhi, and in the heart of the smog-choked national capital, where the average air quality often surpasses hazardous levels, Peter Singh and Nenu Kaur have created a clean and green sanctuary. Of course, innovation is the mother, necessity is the mother of all invention, and that is pretty clear. Let's take a look at this story of their home in Scenic Farm in the national capital. This couple has turned their residence into a sustainable marvel with an AQI which is not more than 13.
The air is as clean as ever, the food is fresh, and the pollution is a distant memory. It's a sanctuary made by two people, Peter and Nino, whose passion for sustainable living has made this entire area completely pollution-free. I can literally experience the coolness, the clean air right inside, and I can also see some beautiful plants right here. And we can also call you both urban farmers, right? Urban farming is something that is growing in popularity. So if you can just show me what all do you farm right here?
Well, because there's less light here, because this veranda is covered, so we can only grow plants that require less light. So this is a green called Swiss chard. It's just coming up. And we have grow lights. We have artificial grow lights. At the back we have tomatoes. The tomatoes do get some light from above. Plus we have grow lights, and behind it we have grapes.
Look, here is the water coming from the fish tanks. It's falling here and is flowing through this continuously.
Could you just simply explain what aquaponics is?
See, aquaponics is aquaculture and hydroponics combined. We take the water from the fish tank, we circulate it to plants which are grown hydroponically. So aquaponics is aquaculture and hydroponics combined, aquaponics. Our only requirement is electricity. Here we have 15,000 plants. They are requiring only 1,000 liters of water a day. You cannot grow 15,000 plants in traditional agriculture with 1,000 liters of water.
The water is flowing down into this tray, as you can see it there. From here it's flowing to the lower tray, and from there it's going into that tank where there's a pump. That pump is pumping it right up, and then it flows